Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Jake Stoner is planning a funeral for his 11-month-old son on his ranch after the boy was allegedly murdered by his mother 2 days before Christmas. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that Stoner is also asking Wyoming legislators to loosen strict Amber Alert criteria for faster child rescues.
Braden Harvey, who is a member of the Hot Springs Republican Party, saw that fundraiser and he was very touched by Jake's story. So he put forth a resolution called the Basil Stoner Resolution to reconsider the threshold for what's required for law enforcement to actually issue an Amber Alert.
Stoner's 11-month-old son, Basil, was allegedly killed by his mother, Madeline Daly, 2 days before Christmas in New Mexico. When Goshen County rancher Gary Hubert first saw the condition of 14 starving horses, he went to the sheriff. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Hubert then supplied 25 1,200-pound bales of hay himself before others stepped up.
An 83-year-old rancher in Goshen County just drove by the pasture where these horses were being kept and just saw the condition of them. And so he just saw one particular horse that was in really bad condition. And so he went to the sheriff, was told that they couldn't do anything. That's what he told me. And then he said he just started providing feed for these horses.
Nathan Wallman, the owner of the 14 horses, is headed to trial in March on separate animal abuse charges involving 17 other horses that he kept at a rented Torrington location. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The town of Wamsutter may be the future of energy with a pilot hydrogen production facility. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that this potential energy is where oil and gas waste streams can be transformed into hydrogen fuel.
They believe they can take that produced water that has hydrocarbons in it and pull hydrogen off of that and then perhaps hook it into a pipeline system that takes it to the Pacific Northwest.
Since 2022, Governor Mark Gordon, Williams Companies, and UW School of Energy Resources have been developing technology that could transform Wamsutter, a small town in Sweetwater County. A Sweetwater County judge sentenced a Haitian trucker Friday to 12 to 14 years in prison for plowing into an ambulance, killing one EMT and injuring another. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the deceased EMT's grandfather said he forgave the trucker during the sentencing.
So it's on this backdrop of this reckless moment in his life versus his otherwise inoffensive history that Judge Lavery sentenced him to 12 to 14. That's 12 to 14 on aggravated vehicular homicide and then 9 to 10 on aggravated assault, but those are simultaneous. So it ends up being a total of 12 to 14.
During sentencing, St. Jean told the judge he's been incarcerated so long that he actually has a daughter that he has not met. And when Judge Lavery handed down his sentence, St. Jean said, "Your Honor," and then trailed off. The hearing concluded soon after. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, February 2. You know what February 2 means. It's that rodent Groundhog Day all over again. I had a clever, well, I'll call it clever. You decide. I had a piece of art that I was going to put up. I mean, I don't know if we call Groundhog Day an official holiday, but if it is any day of note, outside of the usual get-together with me, I mean, come on. I like to highlight that by putting a little graphic together, and I'll do that. I didn't have it ready ahead of time, sorry. We're in a new month. Last time I left you, it was January, the longest month. We finally got January out of the way. Now we're into the shortest month. Just like that. Let's see if I got there's my graphic in the corner. Of course, in Wyoming, we celebrate Groundhog's Day with Lander Lil, and whether Lander Lil sees her shadow. No word on that yet, by the way. Lander, I checked the webpage. Lander Lil has her own webpage. She's from Lander. She is the Wyoming version of Puxtatawny Phil, who did not see his shadow. Right? That means he didn't get scared, and we're going to get, let's see, in the cold early hours of Monday, February 2nd, seer of seers emerged from his cozy burrow in Gobbler's Knob, Puxtatawny, Pennsylvania. Oh, he saw his shadow. Oh, darn. Meaning there'll be 6 more weeks of winter. If it's sunny in Puxtatawny, Pennsylvania, on February 2nd, that's a bad sign. That means the little gopher is going to get scared and run back in his hole, and that means 6 more weeks of winter, which I know Don Day likes to point out is what we're promised anyway. But I've seen years where it plays out, where the groundhog actually does forecast an early spring and the end of winter. For Wyoming, Lander Lil's job is just to forecast winter at all. Never mind it ending. Our question for Lander Lil is, will we get winter? Miami is telling Alaska, you can take your winter back. They got frozen iguanas laying out on the yard down in Florida. Florida roads, sidewalks, yards littered with frozen iguanas. Frozen solid. I believe they'll thaw out, right? Like, that's the one good thing about amphibians, snakes, stuff like that. They can freeze like darn near solid and then just boop. Once it warms back up, come back to life. I think they'll come back. Let me check my Zoom room for Brad Enzi. Don't see him. Okay. Carrying on. Yeah, nothing on Lander Lil yet. Obviously, the sun's not up, so duh. You can see the bronze statue of the prairie dog that does the predicting for Fremont County and the rest of Wyoming. Been there since 1984. I don't know if Claire McFarland has done her annual pilgrimage. Her and Bill Sniffen usually do a fun comedy show with Lander Lil. But yeah, the sun's not up yet, so we'll keep an eye on that all morning. We'll see what Lander Lil predicts. Last year, Lander Lil did not see her shadow, which meant an early spring. Did that hold true? I think it kind of did. It felt like spring got here quicker. Same in 2024. Lander Lil did not see her shadow. Saw it in 2023, which meant winter hung on for longer. And did not see her shadow in 2024. So in the last 4 years, there's been just one winter hanging on. Puxtatawny Phil, the king of kings, the seer of seers, did see his shadow today, ran back in the hole, and we got 6 more weeks of winter. And I'm certainly not surprised that'll be the case in Pennsylvania. And for the East Coast, the Midwest and the East Coast, they've gotten Wyoming's winter. It has come to everybody but Wyoming, east of us. And it has to do with a really weird Arctic. I saw some meteorologist break it down for me and my eyes glazed over a little bit, but it has to do with like a really unsettled craziness going on with the Arctic air. And it pushes down cold air like it does every year, but it's kind of missing Wyoming. And it's angling off, and it has a real deep trough. Like it has legs, these cold fronts, and they get all the way to Florida. That's why Miami was colder than Kodiak, Alaska the other day. That does not happen very often. I mean, Florida can get cold, but typically northern Florida, where they have lots of horses and dairy farms. But yeah, check out this graphic. Miami, Florida is down there. Miami, Florida is darn near Cuba. 35 degrees on the same day, same time. Kodiak, Alaska was 39. That does not often happen. And I don't know if the little rat was responsible for that, Puxtatawny. Maybe. We'll ask Donde. This is the one day Donde can take off. Just kick his legs up because we got it handled. The rodent in Pennsylvania has made the forecast. Jen Coker, she'll be on tomorrow. She'll talk about this story she's been following. Jake Stoner is planning a funeral for his 11-month-old Basil, allegedly murdered. This is the loosest use of allegedly. His baby mama, Madeline, it's obvious. It's all for the trial, awaiting trial to make it official. But she was finally apprehended after she took off with a shared custody kid. She was tracked down eventually in a trailer park. Cops swooped in, surrounded the trailer home, but didn't get in there fast enough. She had time to shoot Basil dead, and not enough time, she said, to shoot herself after. It seems pretty cut and dry to me, but of course, innocent till proven guilty. God bless America. And we'll still call it an alleged murder of the boy, Jake Stoner's kid, Basil. He's going to have a funeral, and it just, he lives on a Nebraska ranch. He just hopes that this can somehow change behavior in the state and kind of relax the rules for when an Amber Alert is possible. In this case, an Amber Alert, this case did not rise to the level of Amber Alert. So the nationwide hunt for the absconded kid and the mom, Madeline Daly, the manhunt was slowed in the beginning because an Amber Alert could not be issued. She had custody. Madeline had, she was custodial rights to Basil, taking off with him when it was Jake's turn to have the kid. That was like one weekend where we're like, uh-oh, that's probably not good. Maybe she's just trying to prove a point. I don't know. Then that turned into 1 week, 2 weeks. Now we're 5 weeks into this and still no Amber Alert. Finally, I think they could issue some kind of stronger alert towards the end there. She was eventually found after a tipster called and said, I think that woman and that kid you're looking for is in this RV park near Silver City, New Mexico. And that's where Madeline was surrounded. Daly reportedly shot her son and killed him, and later said she doesn't know why she killed her son, but couldn't let the ex and his family have him or have access to him. Yeah, tortured mind. Jen Coker has the story in what is probably the last chapter of this, at least for the news cycle. Father mourns son allegedly killed by mom planning funeral and seeking reform. I want to get a weather forecast to you. We can't let Puxtatony Phil do it all. Here's what the day weather forecast is looking at from Don Day. Casper breezy, becoming sunny with highs near 50. Yeah, I'll call it. We don't need Lil Lander Lil. 50 in Casper on February 2nd. Winter's over. Winter never got here, and it's not getting here, and it's done. Riverton, you'll tap out of 53 degrees today. Evanston, becoming gradually sunny, 44 the high. Breezy and clearing skies in Green River with a high of 48. Pinedale, sunny, breezy, 40 the high. Alpine, mid-30s the best you'll do. DuBois, sunny, breezy, highs around 40. Jackson, sunshine and 37 today. Thermopolis, gradually seeing sun in the afternoon with highs near 50 in Thermop. Cody, 50, sunny, breezy. Powell, 50, sunshine. Buffalo, sunny and breezy, 50. Sheridan, 51. With increasing clouds towards the end of the day. Gillette, mostly sunny, breezy, 50. 51 in Newcastle, sunshine and breeze. Sunny and 54 in Torrington. It's the winter that never was. 2025-26. Mostly sunny, breezy in Douglas, 51. Breezy. Becoming sunny in Cheyenne, the state capital, 52 degrees today. 45 in Laramie. Sunny, breezy. Gradually clearing skies in Rawlins with highs 45. My goodness. That's pretty warm. Pretty comfortable. For February 2. Yowza. Guess we have today, yeah. Brad Enzi, CEO of the Laramie County Chamber of Commerce. Commerce is already running behind, I guess. Don't know where Brad is. Sheriff Alex Bakken, Carbon County Sheriff, joins us. In the news recently for a missing persons, missing pants. Remember, Carbon County Sheriff's deputy in trouble for playing cornhole in his yard without his pants. Pantless cornhole. I didn't know it was a thing. It's the wrong Carbon County, but we will have some fun with Sheriff Alex Bakken, right? We have to. It was Carbon County, Utah Sheriff's deputy who was playing cornhole with no pants, no underpants, nothing. He was as naked as they were on the red carpet last night for the Grammys. Dang, did anybody bother to wear anything at the Grammys? I didn't see it. I'm just looking at the photos. And, predictably, nobody wore anything on the red carpet. That's the new trend now, is to go naked dress. A dress that makes it appear as though you're naked. Let's just flat out go naked. I mean, just go full on Kanye West's girlfriend. What's her name? And just high heels. And that we're almost there. Just about. President Trump was discussing at the whole display, not necessarily the show of skin. He didn't like the MC. And basically called the whole show a bunch of crap. Trevor Noah was the host. Trevor Noah, in his monologue, he took shots at everybody, including Bad Bunny, who walked away with the most wins. Isn't it interesting? Trump and almost every American, everybody I've talked to, they hate the idea of a Bad Bunny halftime show for the Super Bowl. And most of those people, if I were to do a Venn diagram, most of the people in the circle who do not like Bad Bunny show, don't like the booking, most of those also did not like Kendrick Lamar for the Super Bowl halftime show last year, right? Wasn't it just last year? Well, they were the two biggest winners of the Grammys last night. So if you judge by how popular music is, Grammy Award winning, like these aren't nobodies. Kendrick Lamar and Bad Bunny were the two biggest winners at the Grammys last night, and they were back-to-back Super Bowl halftime show entertainment. So, I don't know. The NFL's doing something right. I mean, they're picking winners. Just don't tell Trump that. Donald Trump slammed the Grammys as, quote, unwatchable, called Trevor Noah a total loser, and said he will hear from my lawyers after a joke that landed from Noah regarding, was it about ICE? No, it was about Epstein. Variety is reporting this. Trump slams Grammys as unwatchable, calls Trevor Noah a total loser. And regarding the Trump Epstein Island joke, he said, it looks like I'll be sending my lawyers to sue this pathetic dope. Why? Tell us how you really feel, President Trump. We got to take a break. Coming right back.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, we're back. Talking about the Grammys last night. That's the celebration of music. Donald Trump called it virtually unwatchable, hated Trevor Noah, said he was a total loser, and said he's going to sick his lawyers on him for the Epstein joke. Better get his facts straight, Trump said in a posting on his Truth Social. Don't let facts get in the way of a good monologue, though. Since when do we expect the host of one of these award shows to come out with facts? They're not there to inform, they're there to entertain. Trump said the Grammy Awards are the worst, virtually unwatchable. CBS is lucky not to have this garbage litter their airwaves any longer. You. As we said, big winners were Kendrick Lamar and Bad Bunny. Last year's Super Bowl show, halftime show, and this year's Super Bowl halftime show. So if you're the booking agent for the NFL and you're booking, and you know who does that is, what's his face? The old rapper dude. I can't remember, but it's not the NFL. Believe me, the NFL could not identify good music, and you don't want them to. The NFL has enough problems trying to figure out how they can mess up a kickoff worse than they already have. I hear that the powers that be in the National Football League are already talking about tweaking the kickoff again. And the game has become almost unrecognizable. It's practically flag football. It was so fitting that they would have flag football event this past weekend, which nobody watched. I'll beat Trump. Nobody watched it. It was unwatchable. Flag football. The actual game of football has become flag football. You can't hit anybody. You can't touch a quarterback or even look at him mean. Mean mugging, 15-yard penalty, mean mugging the quarterback. It's just pass interference is so subjective as to just be at the whim of referees who are paid to change the game. Presumably, I can't think of no other reason for some of the calls I see. Anyway, it's not the NFL that books the halftime show. They got a whole separate booking. And if you're the booking agent, if you secured Kendrick Lamar, I didn't like the show. I don't think Kendrick Lamar, I don't get it. I mean, I like rap. I'll do some Drake, Kendrick Lamar, maybe a song or two, but they all sound the same. I wasn't a huge fan of the Kendrick Lamar, but the numbers don't lie. The guy wins Grammys. The guy's songs are the most downloaded. And he was your halftime show last year at the NFL. If the people who say the halftime show at the Super Bowl should encompass, it should cast the largest net and please the most people. And whenever anybody says that, they think of like George Strait. Get George Strait and be done with it. Everybody loves George Strait. Well, not everybody. There's a lot of 19-year-olds in the barrio that don't know who George Strait is. There's a lot of people overseas who have no idea who George Strait is. I love George Strait. But if you are today, if you're casting the biggest net, here's a band, here's an entertainment act that the most people know and is the most successful in their career right now. That's difficult to nail down on a February. When is the Super Bowl? February 9th. But the NFL has done it now twice in a row. Kendrick Lamar, Bad Bunny, back to back. They were the two biggest winners at the Grammys last night. Yeah, and you're going to say, well, I never heard of them. I don't like their music. Somebody does. You don't just win stuff unless the NFL rigged that. You don't just win stuff for no reason. The show apparently also got pretty political with those who got up, made their acceptance speech, and then went right into their view on ICE raids. Oh, yeah. Nobody knows politics more than rap singers. Political experts, all of them. All they do for a living is make rhymes, but when they get their 2 minutes of fame behind a mic, they're going to tell you what they think about ICE and immigration, and suddenly they're political experts, all of them. Stay in your lane, man. Learn something from my friend Sydney Sweeney. She was just asked about politics. She's like, I don't do politics. I'm an actor. So Jelly Roll, though, did have one of the better acceptance speeches. I didn't see it, but apparently he's being applauded and called out. You know you've done a speech right when you got it. You're getting it from both sides. I loved it. I hated it. Jelly Roll walked down to that stage after winning something. Most tattooed artist, I don't know. And he pulled out a little pocket Bible and thanked God for pulling his life out of the darkest days. Tearful acceptance speech. Best contemporary country album. Okay. And he said he was in a 6x8 foot cell. He's done real time. And he said, all I had was a Bible this big, and he showed it, and a radio about the same size. And he said the message, Jesus saved him, saved his life, got him back on the right path. You don't often hear that at award shows, somebody laying their faith bare like that. But good job, Jelly Roll. Much mad respect, man. That's cool. Later, have I gotten to all my guests? Oh, yeah. I said Sheriff Alex Bakken will be on. Devin Veman will be here, and she's somewhat of a celebrity in the real estate world. I'll say it. Devin and her dad, David, put together a well-respected report, Jackson Hole report on Jackson Hole real estate. It is, speaking of the Bible on Jackson Hole real estate, which is impossible to define, put walls around. I mean, Jackson Hole real estate just doesn't make any sense compared to anybody else's real estate. But Devin Veman has been tracking it for years, her dad for even more years. And we'll talk about the Jackson Hole report and what the latest quarterly says. The latest quarterly would be the 2025 wrap-up. And I imagine it'll be what it's been for the last year, the year before that, the year before that. It's less transactions, but more money moving. I mean, that just defines the Jackson Hole real estate market, but we'll see what she says. Cowboy State Daily columnist Gail Symons will be on today, and she'll talk about her column on Sunday that appeared over the weekend, and she's come to the defense of the Wyoming Business Council. And I'm going to just rapid fire give her all the reasons why Freedom Caucus wants to do away with the Business Council. I'm going to say, Gail, they say it picks winners and losers, plays favorites. What say you? And it's also bureaucracy and bloat. What say you? Gail's ready. She's already answered all those things in her column, and she'll say why she believes there's still a reason for the Business Council. Julie McAllister will be on the show later today. She trains dogs that track wounded or killed bears. She's the woman that's kind of behind this new bill, this piece of legislation, Senate file, I forget the number, but I'll know it by the time we talk about it. It would include the legality of tracking a wounded bear with a dog specially trained to sniff blood. Now, already you can use dogs leashed to track a wounded elk, let's say. But a black bear is, because of just, wordplay in the Constitution, a black bear is prohibited. And it may be an animal that has the most, where a dog could come in the handiest. Because as I talked to Mark Hines last week, wounded bears don't bleed a lot because they have so much fat cells, so many fatty tissues that typically when a bear is shot, it's able to almost close its own wound with its fat and sometimes survive. We've seen grizzly bears in the past survive tremendous amount of lead absorbed. But a black bear, the blood trail may be nearly non-existent to the human eye, but to a dog's nose trained to sniff that out, that could be a game changer, and it'll mean less black bear suffering, injured, and less black bear lost. After shooting, you may lose your bear. So I think this one sounds like a slam dunk, but Julie McAllister will be on. She actually trains these dogs, and we'll learn more about what that's all about. Tana Howard is going to be on the show. You'll never guess why. Probably you've heard of Tana for running for office, I think. No. Tana, how might you know her? I'm trying to think of what her day job is, but Tana is one of the only, if not the only, Wyoming peoples to win a big auction at the National Western Junior Livestock Show. And I have video of Cannon Ryman, and perhaps you read the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Cannon Ryman, 13-year-old of South Dakota. She was showing her prize steer she named Boots at the auction at the National Western Junior Livestock Show. And this thing fetched a record $320,000 for one steer. She was in tears as the bidding kept getting higher, like $250,000. She couldn't believe it. And I have that whole video of the 2026 National Western Livestock Show in Denver and that record-selling steer. Well, Tana sold a record seller, I think a steer, but I'm not positive. And she's going to jump on and just give us an idea of what that's like. I mean, back when she did it, I think it was 2002. That was a while ago. This is the 120th show of the National Western Junior Livestock Show. 120th. There was a record attendance. 750,000 people attended this thing. And this 13-year-old comes from a family that this is not a first for them. Her brother sold a record-breaking steer 2 years ago at this deal and got $210,000 for it. And I think Cannon said, well, hang on. Wait till they see Boots. She beat her brother's 2024 record, smashed it with a $320,000 steer. Wow, I have the YouTube of that auction, and it'll bring you to tears to watch Cannon struggling with his big steer as the bidding gets higher and higher, and she can't believe, nobody can believe it. Everybody there is like, are you kidding? We're over 300,000 now. What a event, and what a time it must have been for Cannon. And I would love to have her on, but we'll take Tana in her stead, and Tana will tell us what it's like to be at the halter of livestock that fetches a record setter. She says that might be the only time Wyoming set the record or had the highest selling steer. I believe it was a steer, but I don't know. That's why we have Tana on. She's going to explain the whole thing. She'll be on later today. And then our usual Monday guests, Dale Killingback will be on, Mac Watson, and Don Day, the day weather forecast, even though traditionally today's a day where meteorologists take the day off. Puxta Phil's already done the hard work.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show on Monday. I'm Merv Griffin. Chuck, tell them what they've won. So this bit always reminds me of a game show. This whole show is a game show, and we just don't have no prizes to give out. I guess you could take a book from the bookshelf back here. Hey, welcome aboard, Jan, our newest listener. She used to live in Jackson Hole, now lives in Kentucky. She hated the Grammys, too. Yeah, there was a time when those award shows were better. I mean, if you just turn on the Grammys today and you haven't really listened to music in the last decade or two, you're going to be like, what is this? It's a shock. Jan and President Trump both hated the Grammys. I think, I don't know if I want to dig into the Cowboy State Daily stories. Maybe. I also want to do This Day in History because we've got a tight schedule, as they say in the UK, and I may not have time to get it in. Jackie Dorothy, she'll be on tomorrow. We're going to talk about the earliest reports of Yellowstone, the park. That's a fun time when you think about the first people, the first white men to see Yellowstone. We take it for granted now, sort of. I mean, it's fascinating, the natural features that comprise Yellowstone, one of the most active, thermally active places outside, most geysers outside of New Zealand, right? Who has more geysers than Yellowstone? I think only New Zealand. Most, I'm going to fact check myself because I hate to give you wrong info. Most geysers in the world. I know New Zealand has a whole bunch of them. But Yellowstone's right up there. Let's see. Yellowstone. Chile's got geysers. 80 active geysers. Whoa, Chile. Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. This is the place that got like 8 feet of snow the other day, or 6 feet, whatever it was. That's our winner. Went to Kamchatka. They have a part of their country there is the Valley of Geysers. Iceland, renowned for geothermal activity. And New Zealand's got a whole bunch of geysers. There are approximately 1,000 active geysers worldwide. But Yellowstone, home to more than half the world's geysers, including the famous Old Faithful. Yeah, imagine seeing, geysers are just part of it. Imagine being the first dude to stumble upon Yellowstone. And I mean, not counting Indians or Native Americans or any tribe or peoples that were here before recorded time. Just like guys like Jim Bridger, John Coulter, some of the earliest explorers, this is still part of the exploration of the West that began with Lewis and Clark. Remember, there was a Louisiana Purchase. We bought a whole bunch of country west of the Mississippi, and we had to find out what was in it. Are there any woolly mammoths? The president wanted to know as he dispatched Lewis and Clark. They wanted to know all kinds of things. Finding a river travel that went east-west, that was important. Catalog everything you see along the way. Well, Lewis and Clark missed Yellowstone and went just north of it, right? And missed it altogether. But some of the top guides and trappers of the time, Joe Meek, Jim Bridger, John Coulter. Coulter was probably the first white man to lay eyes on Yellowstone and then talk about it, write about it. And nobody believed him. They called it Coulter's hell. Jim Bridger then saw Yellowstone, reported back to Washington, D.C., and other stories known as Bridger's lies. Nobody believed any of the guys who saw the ground blow its top. I mean, the descriptions of Yellowstone for some of these early trappers. Yeah, I see the ground just explode. The ground just blows off steam. Petrified forests, boiling, bubbling mud. All kinds of tall tales from Yellowstone. This is the one time where these early trappers and explorers weren't exaggerating. They were trying to tell it straight, but nobody believed them. This is in the early 1800s, getting to the 1850s, when finally there were government-sanctioned explorations of Yellowstone, the Hayden expedition being the first, mid-1800s, and then finally, Yellowstone is pretty crazy, is what we found out. Jackie Dorothy has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out. She'll be on tomorrow and talk more about that. I guess I will do this day in history. Why not? This day in history, it's February 2nd. Of course, it's Groundhog Day, or in Wyoming, we call it Lander Lil. We got a little groundhog in Lander named Lil that does the forecasting. So far, we know that Puxtatony Phil, the seer of seers, did see his shadow, did get scared, which means 6 more weeks of winter. Still, we'll see what Lander Lil says and whether Wyoming gets winter at all. I mean, it has not arrived yet. 1827 this day, U.S. Supreme Court rules that the president alone has the final power to determine whether the state militia should be mobilized in the national interest. Every state had a militia in 1827, the states that were states. And this whole decision derived out of a Mott versus Mott Supreme Court decision. 1848, this day, Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was signed, ending the Mexican War. The treaty transferred certain territories of the United States from Mexico, including some of southern Wyoming. This day, 1910, the Wyoming Company, a holding company for mining and rail interests, was incorporated. No Wyoming connection here, but this is the day we lost John L. Sullivan, legendary boxer. He was the guy that was in that one prize fight. This is back when they bare knuckle boxed. It was like in the round 75 rounds of bare knuckle boxing against John Sullivan. He was the dude. Have you ever seen a picture of like an old time boxer? It's always John Sullivan. He died in 1918 this day. Legendary boxer. Imagine going 70-something rounds with that guy. 1943, Wyoming Supreme Court determines it's not possible to contract common law marriages in Wyoming. Wyoming still does not have provision for common law marriage. 1958, Warren Air Force Base becomes part of the Strategic Air Command, keeping with its role as a missile base. Grand Targhee Resort this day was dedicated by Idaho Governor Don Samuelson, 1970. Grand Targhee is unique in the fact that it is a ski resort located in Wyoming, but accessible only from Idaho, which just vexes me to no end. When I first arrived to Jackson Hole and got a job on the radio station, I would always erroneously refer to Grand Targhee as Idaho. I would give the local morning ski report. I would say, "Oh, Jackson Hole Mountain Resort going to get 2 new inches of powder today. Make sure you grab your skis, get out there." As Snow King, they're looking for whatever. And then over in Idaho, at Grand Targhee, they're going to get 4 inches of new. And people would call and correct me. They're like, "Wow, it's Wyoming." And I was easily duped by the fact that Grand Targhee is over there in Idaho. I don't know who drew those boundaries, man, but it is possible to drive over to Idaho, be in Idaho, and then all of a sudden Wyoming, just a little bit of Wyoming appears again. Just enough to have a ski resort, because Idaho can't be trusted having a ski resort. So Grand Targhee technically is in Wyoming, but you can only get there from Idaho. In fact, law enforcement for Grand Targhee, law enforcement for Alta, Wyoming, is all done in cooperation with Idaho law enforcement. There's no, anyway, I don't have to make my case. Grand Targhee's in Idaho. Period. 1991, USNS Bighorn, a fleet replenishment oiler named after the Bighorn River, was launched on this day in 1991. All these things happen on this day in history. That means we got a rodeo, but I'm probably not ready to rodeo. I'm not. Dang it. So instead, we'll just go into one more news report. Brad Enzi. I don't know what happened to Brad. You know the last name. Brad's the son of Mike Enzi. Needs no introduction. Brad, since 2018, has been the CEO, president of the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance, LCBA. And we were going to talk all things Laramie with Brad. They just had their annual membership meeting luncheon on January 8th, and I saw Brad Enzi hanging out with Laramie Mayor Sharon Cumby. Those two were yakking it up in a photo. I know the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance has been tailgating football games. That's one of their popular activities. Retire the 17, go 17. They have a podcast. Brad knows how to do podcasts, kind of like this one. He's got his own podcast called Elevating Laramie, where they've had many cool guests on. They have new offices. I know that. Just moved into their new digs on Grand Avenue, where it joins South 22nd in Laramie, Wyoming. The Laramie Chamber Business Alliance Coming up March 5th is their big annual awards banquet. I was going to try to get Brad to give me a sneak peek as to who might have won some of those awards. We'll see. And they have the Business After Hours program, a whole lot of cool things going on in Laramie. Maybe, I don't know, we'll get him back. We'll try to find Brad, see what happened. Somebody got wires crossed. That's what usually happens. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday with Jake. And yeah, it's February 2nd. It's Groundhog's Day again. No report on whether Lander Lil has seen her shadow, but we'll keep an eye on it. Right now, it's time for news. We'll be right back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. You can get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. People living in Douglas and Glen Rock are reporting that their Amazon packages are going missing. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that packages often wind up in Gillette, where they are listed as undeliverable.
The one gal I talked to said she had 10 different orders and maybe she received one or two in a crumpled condition, but received nonetheless. She's ordering things like diapers. I mean, in these rural areas, it can be hard to get certain things at cost-effective rates. And so it becomes cheaper for them and a little more convenient for them to just order it through Amazon.
Amazon officials tell Cowboy State Daily that they're investigating the situation and encourage customers to call customer service if they're experiencing these difficulties to better highlight that it's a trend occurring. Teton County outfitter Jake Hutton feels like he's been backstabbed because he can't continue his grazing lease on the Kelly parcel. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the superintendent of Grand Teton National Park says Hutton knew all along his operation was destined to sunset.
Now, I spoke with Chip Jenkins, superintendent of Grand Teton National Park, and he paints a very different picture. He said, sure, we thanked him for speaking out. We all wanted to preserve this land, but we never indicated that we wanted to see commercial activities like his continue in perpetuity on the Kelly parcel.
Hutton was a de facto mascot in the fight over the 640-acre Kelly parcel, then called the crown jewel of state lands, which was the last major state school trust inholding within Grand Teton National Park's boundaries. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Turin Pope is a curious 11-year-old boy who was rockhounding in the greater Green River Basin when he found a remarkable foot-long fossil. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the young man discovered the fossil on BLM-managed land in the Rock Springs field office area.
It's a foot long. It's a 48 million year old soft shell turtle, give or take a few million years. And it's not that they're necessarily uncommon in that particular formation, but this one was exceptionally well preserved, and they got the whole of the shell, or at least half of the whole of the shell. So it's remarkably intact and remarkably well preserved.
Turin got the opportunity to work alongside collection specialists to collect the fossil, which was then taken to the Tate Geological Museum in Casper. 13-year-old Cannon Ryman of South Dakota shattered the National Western Junior Livestock Show record, selling her steer Boots for $320,000. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that through a lot of hard work, she beat her brother's record.
His record was a $210,000 steer. Her steer went for $320,000 for the 2026 auction. That was the highest prize at the National Western Junior Livestock Auction ever.
Cannon tells Cowboy State Daily that in order to show off Boots, she had to wash him, moisturize his hide and hair, and use big blow dryers to make his hair soft and fluffy, and she named her steer Boots because he has white feet. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, Monday, February 2nd, Groundhog's Day again. Means you got to go watch the movie. I would play the Sonny and Cher song, but I can't play music. We don't have broadcasting rights to play recorded music other than, this jaunty number. Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken should be on the show here right quick, I'm thinking, hoping. Although I'm 0 for 1 with our guests. About to be another swing and miss. I hope not. Don Day will be here this hour, talk about the day weather forecast, and we'll talk to real estate agent Devin Veman about the real estate market at Jackson Hole, which is just known as Bizarro. Pretty much. I saw on the internet they got this one right. But that's because they got a place that I know. The best hole-in-the-wall sandwich shops in every state. I don't know why they say hole-in-the-wall. I mean, it's just the best local sandwich shop. Maybe they're trying to, make sure it's not a chain. We're not talking Subway here. Every state's best sandwich shop. Could be anywhere in the state. Where's your go-to place for Sammy's? The breadboard I love in Riverton. They're kind of aren't they kind of a chain? I don't know if they're just a Wyoming chain. I do like the breadboard. And there's more than one breadboard. So it makes me think they're kind of a regional chain, maybe a Wyoming chain. Let's see. Breadboard Riverton. And Where is another one? I'm pretty sure there's another one, right? Breadboard serving Lander, Riverton, Cody, and Buffalo. So yeah, they're kind of a chain. I guess you would have to exclude them. They can't be part of this survey. Best hole-in-the-wall sandwich shops in every state. For Wyoming, it was here in Jackson, and it was Creekside Market and Deli, which I think is a perfect choice. If you've ever been to Creekside Market and Deli, they make a heck of a sandwich. Runner-up would be New York City Sub Shop, which is in Jackson. Don't be confused by the name, New York City Sub Shop, but yeah, Creekside Market and Deli, that's my go-to. It is everyone's go-to when you're heading north out of town to go spend a day on the lake or go up to Grand Teton National Park or Yellowstone. You need some snacks. You need some sandwiches. Pack a lunch. Always, it's Creekside Market and Deli. So good. Best sandwiches. So they got that right. Once in a while, I see these, surveys, and it's written by a freelance writer who's probably never been to Wyoming. Somebody knew something, and they knew what they were doing. Let me check Lander Lil page again, even though the sun's barely coming up here in Wyoming. No word yet. Lander has not made a prediction for 2026. Lander Lil is Wyoming's version of Puxtatawny Phil. For the last 2 years running, Lander Lil has not seen her shadow. It has meant early spring in Wyoming. This is a tricky year to do a Lander Lil prediction. I can only think that Lander Lil is going to see her shadow, because the weather forecast for Lander is sunny, as it is across the whole state of Wyoming, which would mean an extended winter. And I can only think that would also be true because we haven't had winter yet. And everybody is saying Wyoming's lack of winter to date, meaning snowfall and real cold temps, can only mean we're going to get it later. Like, we're going to pay on the back end. It's going to be one of the most wintriest marches ever, and extending into April. April's going to look like February, and we're going to have a late winter since we haven't had one yet. You think that'll be the case, or are we just going to skip winter this year? I think Lander Lil, because of the sunny forecast predicted in Lander, will see her shadow, get scared, run back in the hole. That means 6 more weeks of winter, which again, Don Day will remind us were promised anyway. But I think you get the idea. An extension of winter is probably what's going to happen in Lander. And it makes perfect sense this year because we got a lot of catching up to do. I mean, we're doing pretty good with snowpack. I'll ask Don when he comes on in a little bit where we are with snowpack, because we're not getting a ton of snow this year on the valley floor at lower elevations, but we are getting snow in the mountains pretty decently. Although I wonder if that hasn't tailed off a little bit. We'll ask Don also what is the latest in snowpack. I think our Cowboys basketball team, we won that game over the weekend, right? Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure I was watching I tried to watch a little bit of it. I'm not a big basketball fan, but I think the boys beat CSU. 68-57. And it's the border war. And yeah, Wyoming's got a lot of different guys who could lead the way in scoring. This time it was Caden Bennett All-time high double-double and a 68-57 win over the Rams. Sucks to be a Ram. As the Cowboys beat CSU in the border war at the Dome of Doom on Saturday. Pokes moved to 13-9 overall, 4-7 in conference. Largest crowd of the season, of course, to see CSU get beat. 6,384 in attendance. And Coach Sundance Wicks liked what he saw. Good stuff. Way to go, boys. Take care of CSU. Other stories in the Cowboy State Daily. And by the way, I mentioned that CSU game because David Madison had an interesting story about Colorado State University as they prepare to leave the Mountain West. They're going to head to the Pac-12. You've probably heard. Wyoming fighting to remain relevant, nationally competitive, and really anchoring the Mountain West. Once CSU leaves and Boise State, I mean, what's left of the Mountain West? It's just going to be Wyoming and I don't know. And will it even be Wyoming? Can we keep playing D1 without the NIL money? But David Madison has an interesting look back through the past, CSU and the border war and all that stuff. Good story from David Madison. Go read that in the Cowboy State Daily. I'm going to hit a break here and get ourselves ready for Don Day. Do a little weather forecasting right after this.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
From break, Cowboy State Daily Show on a February 2 Monday. Yeah, sorry, it is Monday. I'm feeling it. Dale Killingbeck will be on later today to talk about his story. A rancher and other good Samaritans help rescue 14 starving horses in Goshen County. 83-year-old Goshen County rancher Gary Hubert first saw these 14 starving horses in terrible condition. He went to the sheriff, and the sheriff couldn't do anything about it. The man who allegedly abandoned the horses awaiting trial on animal neglect in another case, not even these horses. There's a special place after this life for people that abuse animals. Yeah, this guy, I don't get it. But Dale, when we get Killingbeck on, he'll talk more about that story. Meanwhile, there are a Teton County outfitter fighting for his livelihood on a Kelly parcel. Jake Hutton. I know of Jake. We've never interacted, but I know of him. He feels backstabbed because he cannot continue his grazing lease on the so-called Kelly parcel that was recently sold into Grand Teton National Park. The national park says Hutton should have known all along that leasing, his grazing lease, was going to go away. I mean, this shouldn't be a surprise to him, says the park. Hutton, meanwhile, says that wasn't his understanding. The 640-acre Kelly parcel, called the crown jewel of state lands, was the highly contested property that eventually got sold off after the State Board of Land Commissioners met and made a deal with the feds to sell that property off. I forget what the final price tag was, something that you or I can't afford. Historic $100 million deal. I think it ended up being more than $100 million, maybe not. But Hutton had a grazing lease there. He had used the Kelly parcel for grazing, and that went away with the sale of that 640-acre parcel. So learn more about his plight. The Teton County outfitter still fighting for his livelihood to graze on the Kelly parcel. Into the Zoom room, and that's Don Day. And the day weather forecast, Don, the one day of the year where you can officially take off. Your job's been handled by a rodent in Pennsylvania.
Hey, Phil can take over any day he wants. Mm-hmm. I'd put him on payroll.
Meanwhile, Phil did see his shadow and ran away scared, and that means 6 more weeks of winter. And for those in Pennsylvania who actually have experienced a bit of a winter, and those in Florida, that's got to be some sad news. For Wyoming, I think. Wyoming landed.
Well, I was going to say they need to get that groundhog a bodyguard. Those people back east don't take too kindly to things like that.
I hope Puxtatony Phil is full leather jacket. Yeah, make sure you got the Kevlar on. But in Wyoming, we're still waiting for that winter. So I'm thinking Lander Lil will probably see her shadow. It looks like sunshine forecasted for the Lander area. That would mean an extended winter for Wyoming. which means a winter at all.
You can't have an extended winter if we haven't had one.
I know. So in this case, a lot of pressure on Lander Lil, who is forecasting whether we get a winter at all. I'm starting to think, Don, with low 50s in some places today in Wyoming, that winter's just not going to happen.
So are you saying you didn't see your shadow when you got up this morning?
I didn't see my shadow. I'm not even doing it by the Groundhog Day mode. I'm just going like wet my finger and no, there's no winter. It's not here. It's not happening.
Well, there won't be. I'd say there won't be for another week. That's for sure. I mean, other than a few snow showers in the east. Yeah, it's another week of severe clear. I think that it's better just to describe it as whether it's Lander Lil or Phil. That and as we just mentioned, we really haven't had anything that we could say would be a consistent winter other than a episode of winter here or there, like what we had a week ago. That maybe it's better to describe it as we finally will get 6 weeks of winter.
Yeah.
Instead of more, because I think there's a good chance that's what's going to happen. Once we get by this week, there's some pretty strong signals out there that the current pattern we're in about a week from today is going to break down. And the door that's been blocking the Pacific may open. So if that happens, then all bets are off. Keep in mind that, the days are longer, but if you look at some of the record cold temperatures that happen in Wyoming, and I'm not saying we're going to have record cold, but you can go deep into March and still go well below zero. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in your back pocket, even though we're going to have another week of really warm weather.
Yep. I hear you. It could be all ferocious winter, mid-February through right up to April Fool's Day. But I don't know, man. I just don't.
Yeah, no, you can't, and I don't blame you. You can't expect it to believe it till you see it.
Yeah.
So I get it. Yeah.
Meanwhile, I mean, what is going on in the rest of the U.S. is just unprecedented. We're talking like decades old records falling. Miami colder than Alaska. Holy.
Yeah. And rule of thumb is that when the eastern side of the country is like this, we're the opposite. And that's just kind of how the weather patterns work. And if you've been hearing, like we have all winter, that it's been wintry and stormy and cold and places like Florida and New England and the Great Lakes and Chicago, that means we get the opposite. And that's where, people's perception of winter is going to be very different on, where you live. If you live in Florida, you're saying this is one of the worst winters you've ever experienced. If you live in Wyoming, you're saying this has been one of the worst winters I've ever experienced, but for different reasons.
True enough. So for the next few days, darn near a week, very mild temps across the state.
Yeah, severe clear. We're the high pressure ridge we're under, Jake, is the strongest high pressure ridge on the earth right now.
Ooh.
You got to go to another planet to find something different.
We are set up under a bulletproof shield, of H.
Right. Yeah. And if you look at the rest of the northern hemisphere, it's just like, it's crazy. It's just crazy how things have gone. Every time, the slot machine, you pull the lever, when we finally get a weather pattern to change, it still comes up. We get the X through the gold bars, we don't get the 777s, and that, but it's all 777s east of here every time the winter lever has been pulled, so to speak.
Interesting. Now, how are we doing on snowpack? I know we checked in with you maybe 3 weeks ago. Snowpack was good, above average in many places.
Well,
in Wyoming.
Well, we haven't barely
got anything. Yeah.
No. So if you look at the western drainages, the Snake River, the Shoshone, the Wind River, and the Green, they were really good snowpack at the beginning of the year. Really, really good. But they've seen a deterioration But I will say this, the base is there that if we can get the snow going again, the Wind River, the Green, the Shoshone, the Snake will probably end up the season okay. If we can rewrite the ship, so to speak. Where we've got problems is in the upper North Platte, the lower North Platte, the southern mountains and the Bighorns and the Black Hills did not benefit from the big snows that we had in December in Wyoming's western mountains and valleys. So we have this island in the west where snowpacks aren't bad in western Wyoming, parts of Montana and Idaho, but everywhere else, they're just really bad.
And and some of those traditionally drought places, it's hard for them to play catch up, really hard. Even with a good
further south latitude you go, yes. The snowpack season, technically, the using dates isn't really the right way to do things, but really up to April 1st, you're still building snowpack. And even after April 1st, you have the opportunity to add a lot of water to the drainages. So, the snowpack season doesn't end on March 1st. We've got snowpack season left, but January was terribly disappointing for sure.
And to get the most out of our snowpack, we really need one of those cold springs like those. There's a spring that doesn't come on fast. It's nice and slow and still rainy and snowy and cool. But I don't know what we're getting this year.
Well, when you study snowpack and how it builds, what you tend to find out is that it's usually anywhere between 3 or 6 events that tend to drop the bulk of the snow, as opposed to a little here, a little bit here, a little bit here adding up, and so we had those big events in December in the western mountains and valleys that really put a lot down. So you can have big events still happen. So that, that's what I'll say about snowpack. Snowpack isn't looking good. I'm not going to mince words. Okay. But at the same time, you can't say that it's the snowpack building season's over. You can't.
Well, to all our frozen iguana friends in Florida, come on to Wyoming and chill out or warm up.
For those of you at Disneyland or World or wherever it is there in Florida, stay warm while you wait in line.
Don, thanks for the forecast.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast on a Monday, Groundhog Day. And yeah, it is colder in Florida than Wyoming today. In some parts of Florida, it was colder in Miami the other day than it was in, I had the graphic for it, colder in Miami than Kodiak, Alaska. This was Sunday morning. Yesterday morning, Miamians woke up to frozen iguanas in their lawn, frozen solid, and 35 degrees on the thermometer. Meanwhile, in Kodiak, no signs of frozen iguanas, Kodiak, Alaska, and a balmy 39 at the same time, same day, Sunday morning. That's some crazy weather. Can't make sense of it, just gonna forecast it, and Don Day does a great job of that. Our meteorologist, he lets us know it's coming. I think I'm ready now for the Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen. I'm going to do that. We'll find out what's going on in the world of rodeo as we're getting started right here on a brand new season, the 2026 rodeo season. After NFR in December, we start a new season.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from Rodeo Rapid City, the 49th gathering of Rodeo Rapid City, the Black Hills Stock Show and Rodeo. And starting things off were the Extreme Bull Riding events and the Extreme Bronc Riding events. And some people took a big spotlight and a big heyday from Rapid City. Results coming up next.
When performance matters and progress counts, look to Bulls of the Big Sky. Monday, February 16th at Billings Livestock Commission, Billings, Montana. Sale time 1 p.m. with over 200 head of powerful Simmental and Sem-Angus bulls selling. Bulls of the Big Sky is your premier Simmental seed stock source, delivering moderate to low birth weights, exceptional growth, and the maternal strength today's cow herd demands. We're building the future one bull at a time. View the catalog at bullsofthebigsky.com, find us on Facebook, or bid live on DD Auction. Bulls of the Big Sky, where genetics meet the horizon.
What if your commercial beef herd could be better than you thought possible? Genetic testing can help give you more confidence about what your herd is made of, and more importantly, what it can be. Inherit Select from Zoetis provides data-driven genetic insights to help you make more informed selection, breeding, and culling decisions about your cows and heifers. The journey from genetic potential to reality begins with Inherit Select. Start your conversation with a genetics rep today. Go to beefgenetics.com/radio.
Rodeo Rapid City is the 7-time and reigning PRCA Large Indoor Rodeo of the Year. In addition to that, the famous Sutton family in 2026 are celebrating 100 years in the rodeo business. 6 generations of good folks, the Sutton family from Oneida, South Dakota, so hats off to them. In the bull riding event, in the extreme bull riding event that was just Friday night, young man by the name of Tegan Gray, 27 years old, Eagle Butte, South Dakota. He was one of 2 men to ride 2 bulls. In the finale, he rode Ghost Ship Warrior, Sankey Pro Rodeo, and Phenom Genetics bucking bull. And altogether, all told for the night, Tegan Gray, $9,000 richer. Then to the extreme bronc riding on Saturday night, Sage Newman defends the title he won last year. The 5-time national finalist from Melstone, Montana, moves into the number 7 spot in the world. Brody Wells was second. He moves to number 4 in the world. Then Shorty Garrett of South Dakota was third. East and West from South Dakota, 4th place. It is a tremendous event, the extreme bronc riding and the extreme bull riding in Rapid City. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, thank you, Will, getting us up to date on the Rapid City Rodeo, one of the early season rodeos. Claire McFarland has the follow-up on that trucker who killed the EMT. Remember this? The Haitian truck driver. Sweetwater County judge sentenced this trucker on Friday last week to 12 to 14 years in prison. I thought that was on the hard side, honestly. I mean, it's a tough call. The EMT, there was emergency work being done in the island between, on Interstate 80 and the Grassy Meridian in the middle. This happened on December 21st, 2022. And this Haitian trucker came upon Saviol St. Jean, the trucker convicted of aggravated vehicular homicide for killing Tyler Harris and injuring another ambulance worker, Tiffany Grutzmacher, I believe. Yeah, they were working on a crash that had already happened. You got black ice, unsafe road, and coming up on a scene where you see flashing lights. Obviously, we all know you got to woe it down. And this trucker, his testimony when he took the stand was convincing that obviously he didn't mean for this to happen. He doesn't feel he was being reckless. He felt like he was driving at a speed that was prudent for the conditions, and he just could not get his 1999 big truck. What was he driving? I forget. just couldn't get it woed down. 12 to 14 years is the sentence. Claire McFarland has that story. And scammers are draining millions from Wyomingites using those crypto ATMs. I see no good that comes out of these things, man. These are the machines where you're usually instructed to go in order to pay your fine for missing jury duty, and that and other scams near you. Law enforcement across Wyoming say criminals are exploiting crypto ATMs that you'll often find at a C-store, gas station. Scams that have stolen more than $4.6 million in just 3 of Wyoming's largest cities. Gillette, they have these things. 11 in Cheyenne. The state has a total of 45 crypto ATMs. These machines can be used to buy cryptocurrency as well as transfer cryptocurrency to others around the world, but they are the favorite go-to for scammers and utilizing these crypto ATMs. Why? Can't we just do crypto at home on your laptop or somewhere that's maybe a little safer than the crypto ATM at the Maverick? I don't know, man. Or the loafing jug. If you're instructed to go pay your fine in crypto at the local loafing jug, that's got to be a red flag, man. Let me take a break. Devin Veeman's going to be with us. We're going to talk real estate.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Yeah, we're back from break on a Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Feb 2. That means Groundhog Day. If you haven't heard, Puxtatawny Phil saw his shadow, got scared, and doomed us to another 6 weeks of winter. I say us. Doomed everybody but us. Wyoming's still waiting on its winner. What did Lander Lil say? She still has not come out of the hole, at least according to the website. I'm looking at groundhogday.com and looking at all the different groundhogs who forecast. It's not just the Pennsylvania rodent. There's also Lander Lil. And there has been since 1984. Lander Lil's been predicting the future of winter in Wyoming. I'm assuming Lander Lil is going to see her shadow. It should be a sunny day, a sunny start to the day in Lander, according to the day weather forecast. That means Lander Lil's going to get scared, run back in the hole, and that means another 6 weeks of winter. But in Wyoming, it may mean finally winter, and a late winter. A lot of people think the reason we haven't had much of a winter yet is just it's delayed. Maybe they're refusing to believe there could be the year without a winter. I think they're going to, in the end, when it's all said and done, they're going to call this the year without a winter. I don't see it. I mean, 52 degrees. Where is my... Let me look at my forecasting stuff. 52 in Torrington, 52 in Sheridan, low 50s across the state on February 2nd. Now, that's not odd if it was just one or 2 days sticking out there here and there. Like, oh, you'll have a Chinook wind. You'll have a kind of a warming trend over the winter. But this has been par for the course. 53 in Riverton. And getting warmer. Riverton and other places in Wyoming could see upper 50s as we get into midweek, toward the end of the week. I don't know why I put my snow tires on. 54 in Torrington. Buffalo, 50. I was trying to find that Lander forecast. I'm pretty sure it's mostly sunny or becoming sunny across the state everywhere. And I think Lander, the morning, it'll be sunny enough for Lander Lil to get scared. I would imagine. I don't have I have a Riverton, gradually clearing skies in Riverton. So possibly there'll be enough cloud cover this morning for Lander Lil to not get scared. But anybody in Wyoming who wants winter to arrive is probably hoping Lander Lil gets scared and forecasts another 6 weeks of winter. I would have to think that's on the mind of pretty much everybody in Wyoming. I want to talk real estate with Devin Veeman. Last call for Devin Veeman. Devin, we've been having not great luck with our guest today. Must be a Monday. Monday will do it. It's hard to get going on a Monday. It was for me. I barely got here, so I understand anybody else who's barely getting there. Monday's tough, man. And especially if you were out late last night watching the Grammys. You and President Trump, who hated everything he saw. Trump slams the Grammys as unwatchable. Calls Trevor Noah a total loser. Noah is the guy who emceed the event, did the monologue, had some jokes. He spread it around. He hit everybody, but he did make a Trump Epstein joke, and Donald Trump said for that, he may hear from Trump's lawyers. Better get his facts straight, President Trump said. Of course, Trevor Noah is not working in the world of facts. He's a comedian. But Bad Bunny, Kendrick Lamar. Man, I can't say this enough. They were the big winners last night in the Grammys. And they're the last two or the most current Super Bowl halftime entertainment acts. So complain if you will that you don't know who Bad Bunny is and you got all you needed to hear from Kendrick Lamar last year. They were the two biggest winners in the Grammys, most heralded. They took home the most hardware. Their trophy shelf is full. From their peers, from those in the music industry, Bad Bunny and Kendrick Lamar are on the top of their game, and they are back-to-back Super Bowl entertainment halftime shows. I didn't like Kendrick Lamar either. I don't know anybody over 30 who really did. I don't think he was for everybody, but who else won as many Grammys as Kendrick Lamar? Oh, yeah, one guy, Bad Bunny, and he's this year's Super Bowl halftime show. And I know we're not just going to base it on how many Grammys have you won. Okay, we'll put you in the halftime show. But I think it shows pretty forward-thinking booking by the NFL through their show booker, which is, it's the rap guy. I'm trying to think of his name. But he heads the agency that secures the performers. And they're 2 for 2. I mean, that's a double slam dunk. Back-to-back years of Super Bowl entertainment. That's Kendrick Lamar, Bad Bunny. I know nobody knows him, nobody likes him, but somebody does. Grammy Award winning. They got more Bad Bunny has more streams than practically everybody but Taylor Swift. And she wanted to get paid to do the show. That was the rumor that the Taylor Swift was approached, I think last year, and said, how much does it pay? And the NFL said, nothing. You just do it for exposure. And Taylor's like, I get plenty of that on the average Chiefs game with the cutaways every time my boyfriend catches a pass. Sorry, I don't need the exposure. I already got that. Yeah, you want to go burbot fishing? I can't imagine eating a burbot. But I know Game and Fish doesn't mind you catching all you want in your ice fishing adventure. Burbot supposedly is a good eating fish, but they're mostly active at night. So you would have to do some night ice fishing. And right now, this winter, this year, ice fishing has been really sketchy, even in the daytime when you can see what you're doing. I can't imagine at night. Oh, I don't know. Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken likes to do a little night fishing, ice fishing, and he says he likes the way burbot tastes, and he does admit burbot are more active at night. But he said, you got to take extra precautions this season. It just has not been cold enough, obviously. We just told you the temperatures expected for today, 50s, low 50s. I mean, you just don't have ice developing. So, yeah, you got to be real. I don't know if any ice fishing is getting done this year. And that what is getting done, it has to be very carefully done. If you're looking for burbot, though, that's a fish active at night. So you'd have to do your nighttime ice fishing. Maybe on Flaming Gorge. Maybe on some of the many reservoirs in Wyoming. Supposedly, and I have not tasted burbot, and I don't know that I would. They're eel-like in appearance. They look like just one big sucker. Oh, it look horrible. I would not eat one of these things. but I don't eat fish, so, don't go by me. Some swear they're the poor man's lobster. All right. Burbot, I think, is a fish that we don't want around. They compete. Yeah, Wyoming Game and Fish has lifted catch limits on burbot in Flaming Gorge, for example, and in other locations because burbot outcompete other game fish species such as kokanee salmon. There's no catch limit on lake trout smaller than 28 inches in Flaming Gorge. And the burbot, yeah, I think it's catch all you want, catch as catch can. Burbot are a great change-up from eating elk or trout, according to Hudson. Who is Hudson? Let me find Ryan Hudson, fishing guide, Cowboy State Daily. Mark Hines talked to Ryan Hudson. He said burbot make a great change-up from elk or trout, and says if you boil them in a pot of Sprite, as in, yes, the soda pop, you get a good rolling boil going with Sprite, toss in chunks of burbot, and what comes out on the other end is kind of the poor man's lobster. Just heap on the warm butter, according to Alex Bakken, and it's very much like lobster tasting fish. Yeah, I'll pass. I'm not... Kimmy, you ever seen or ate a burbot? Burbot. Yeah, it's like a eel-looking fish. Yeah, I'm not... I don't think I'm going to do that anytime soon. Let's talk to our friends at Game and Fish, since we are filling time for our missing guest. I believe we're now 0 for 3. Yeah, this Game and Fish report, I think there's a big commission meeting going on first thing this month. In fact, I think it's tomorrow, but we'll let Ray Hageman tell us what's going on.
Taking a look back at 2025. Next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman, I'm Ray Hageman. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department noted a number of successes in 2025. Here's a handful. One achievement for the department was the advancement of the Sublette Antelope Migration Corridor toward formal designation. Identified under the Governor's Migration Corridor Executive Order, the designation identifies migration routes connecting vital seasonal ranges across western Wyoming. This marks the first time a pronghorn migration has been brought through the state's rigorous review process. In November, the Game and Fish Commission approved the final draft of the statewide habitat plan for 2026 through 2030. This plan serves as a unified roadmap for game and fish habitat protection and enhancement efforts. The current plan is the fifth since the statewide habitat plan was initiated back in 2001. It works to address conservation of terrestrial and aquatic habitat, along with migration paths and habitat conservation and restoration. An 8-year investigation in the Green River region resulted in more than $40,000 in fines and a 20-year hunting ban for the lead offender who used fraudulent residency to illegally harvest elk, deer, and pronghorn. A district court also upheld an 18-year suspension of hunting privileges for a high-profile poacher that was involved in the illegal taking of trophy glass mule deer and elk. Another notable year for tiger trout fishing. Kemmerer resident Shelby Holder set the new record June 6 with a 14-pound, 15.2-ounce fish caught in the Hams Fork River near Kemmerer. The area is known for record-setting tiger trout. 12-year-old Tucker Bass of Shoshone set a junior line class world record with a 2-pound, 4-ounce largemouth bass catch at Lake Camillawait. For habitat preservation of the state's waterways, the state still remains free of invasive mussels. Over the inspection season, staff inspected more than 76,000 boats to protect the state's waters from invasive aquatic plants and animals. Of those inspections, more than 6,000 were considered high risk. And in September, the Wyoming Department of Transportation and Game and Fish broke ground on the U.S. Highway 189 Kemmerer South Wildlife Crossing project. This project is a $33 million investment designed to protect the Wyoming Range and Uinta deer herds as well as the Carter-Lease pronghorn herd by constructing 7 underpasses and 1 overpass along a 30-mile stretch of highway. It's slated for completion in October 2027. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Game and Fish. It'll take us up to top of the hour news break. We'll see you on the other side as we take a little pause for the news for our radio affiliates out there. We'll catch you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Jake Stoner is planning a funeral for his 11-month-old son on his ranch after the boy was allegedly murdered by his mother 2 days before Christmas. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that Stoner is also asking Wyoming legislators to loosen strict Amber Alert criteria for faster child rescues.
Braden Harvey, who is a member of the Hot Springs Republican Party, saw that fundraiser and he was very touched by Jake's story. So he put forth a resolution called the Basil Stoner Resolution to reconsider the threshold for what's required for law enforcement to actually issue an Amber Alert.
Stoner's 11-month-old son, Basil, was allegedly killed by his mother, Madeline Daly, 2 days before Christmas in New Mexico. When Goshen County rancher Gary Hubert first saw the condition of 14 starving horses, he went to the sheriff. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Hubert then supplied 25 1,200-pound bales of hay himself before others stepped up.
An 83-year-old rancher in Goshen County just drove by the pasture where these horses were being kept and just saw the condition of them. And so he just saw one particular horse that was in really bad condition. And so he went to the sheriff, was told that they couldn't do anything. That's what he told me. And then he said he just started providing feed for these horses.
Nathan Wallman, the owner of the 14 horses, is headed to trial in March on separate animal abuse charges involving 17 other horses that he kept at a rented Torrington location. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uinta County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The town of Wamsutter may be the future of energy with a pilot hydrogen production facility. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that this potential energy is where oil and gas waste streams can be transformed into hydrogen fuel.
They believe they can take that produced water that has hydrocarbons in it and pull hydrogen off of that, and then perhaps hook it into a pipeline system that takes it to the Pacific Northwest.
Since 2022, Governor Mark Gordon, Williams Companies, and UW School of Energy Resources have been developing technology that could transform Wamsutter, a small town in Sweetwater County. A Sweetwater County judge sentenced a Haitian trucker Friday to 12 to 14 years in prison for plowing into an ambulance, killing one EMT and injuring another. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the deceased EMT's grandfather said he forgave the trucker during the sentencing.
So it's on this backdrop of this reckless moment in his life versus his otherwise inoffensive history that Judge Lavery sentenced him to 12 to 14. That's 12 to 14 on aggravated vehicular homicide and then 9 to 10 on aggravated assault, but those are simultaneous. So it ends up being a total of 12 to 14.
During sentencing, St. Jean told the judge he's been incarcerated so long that he actually has a daughter that he has not met. And when Judge Lavery handed down his sentence, St. Jean said, "Your Honor," and then trailed off. The hearing concluded soon after. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic. Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. It's Groundhog's Day or Lander Lil Day. Find out if we're going to get 6 more weeks of winter or winter at all. Gail Symons is with us. Gail, how's your Monday going? Good morning.
Well, you know, we have a ranching operation, so while it's pleasant to not have snow, it's not a good look.
It's kind of scary because the payback is like late August and everything's brown as can be. Yeah, I'm worried. Maybe we'll get some February, March, April, May snowstorms. Not during calving season, though. Never.
No. Well, and not while I'm driving down to Cheyenne for the legislature.
Right. All right. We're going to hold it off, suspend for 4 weeks beginning February 9th. There cannot be any bad weather on.
Oh, no, I'm going down Tuesday and I'm there for 6 weeks.
Oh,
so,
wow. You are.
It can snow in the interim.
You're settling in for the long haul. Holy cow.
Yeah, well, I do every year. This year it's great. My brother's being a snowbird and he's down in Arizona. So I'm staying at their house for free instead of, all of my vacation cash going to a Airbnb.
Well, that works.
Yeah.
Gail, your opinion piece, the latest that popped out over the weekend Sunday in defense of the Business Council. Lawmakers trying to defund Wyoming's primary statewide economic development entity. No public comment, no in-depth discussion, just flexing power because they can. They being, I'm assuming, Freedom Caucus and those like-minded that have really gutted Wyoming Business Council. When you take $54.5 million, which was what was left after the governor kind of halved the request from Business Council, whittle that down to $2 million. I mean, the writing was on the wall. We didn't need to know the next day that the decision of appropriations is to just eliminate Business Council. Let's start with what is at the heart of your column, and that's the fact that this misconception about what Business Council does, the Wyoming Business Council, and how it really is providing infrastructure. I mean, it creates housing, it creates sewer, it creates roads. I mean, it builds for business, and it seems like that's what people want. That's what they do.
Yeah. So, and it's not direct. So the other misconception is that somehow or other the Business Council shows up with bags of money and just throws it at private business, which simply is not true. First of all, they're prohibited from doing that by statute. There is a few exceptions, but that funding actually has to go to a county, a small, local development authority that they can partner with. It goes to municipalities. It goes to the tribes. And so it actually is going to, it's a quasi governmental function. So in effect, it's sitting in that space between a bureaucracy, and let's face it, bureaucracies do not do well in anything that is business-like, for good reason, and the business community. So it sits in between there and provides the impetus. It provides funding through channels to partners like the local municipality. It provides expertise to help those local entities understand how this works. It works as a bridge to help individuals with creating business plans that they could turn around and go to banks and get. So it's this wide variety, and it's everything from economic diversification to investment ready or business ready communities. And in particular, it's this ignorance or willful blindness to how it impacts communities. And I just found it ironic to listen to Speaker Nyman talking to folks in Weston County who have been provided benefit from that. And then to have Ken Pendergraft be a part of this when Sheridan is kind of the shining star in this whole space. We've had incredible success here. And when they say, well, it doesn't happen everywhere, well, the answer isn't to say, well, let's kill it all. The answer is to say, what's the secret sauce in Sheridan? And they've been working on that. How do we take what happened with the community and the municipality and the county and the other businesses and the banks that has made it so successful in Sheridan, and how do we make that? How do we replicate that in the other 22 counties? That's the real answer, not to just slash and burn.
Yeah. And that's what you, Gail, say that. Josh Durrell, the Wyoming Business Council, says that. All of you say, hey, we're all for looking under the hood and retooling, revamping. Like, let's take stock of what this program has done right, what has it done wrong, and fix it. But not just throw it away. Your column reminds me a little bit of It's a Wonderful Life. What would Wyoming be without the Business Council? It's sort of a peek into a world, a state, without the Business Council. Let me throw out a few of the bullet points from those wishing to cut what they say is a costly bureaucracy. Let me start with the big one. It picks winners and losers, Wyoming Business Council does.
So that's the one that drives me crazy. And every time they open their mouth and say that, like it actually is meaningful or, like pearls of wisdom.
Yeah.
First of all, life is about picking winners and losers. But that's not the point. It engenders this image of there's like three businesses out here and the business council comes in and says, you can go away, and we're going to make these ones succeed. When in fact, what it does is it invites potential or existing businesses to come in and make a plan. Tell us what you would do if you had funding, if you had resources, and we gave you education and training on how to do this. What would you do? And so it is a very business oriented. It's the same thing a bank does, right? Bank doesn't have infinite funds. They wait for people to come in and say, we've got this idea, and here's what it's going to do. And it's very rigorous. I mean, very rigorous. It's a low approval rate. So it is a risk management on how do we find people who have good ideas. In many cases, for investments and economic diversification, there's nothing that exists in that space. So it's not that you're picking between 3 existing businesses and 2 of the owners can just go fly. It is, here's an area, and this is one where we actually get federal monies, where there's nothing there. And so the business council is saying, what would it take and how can we help you create a capability, a capacity, a business model that does not exist? And when they're successful, what happens in a real competitive open market is that others look at that and say, well, we wouldn't have started that, but now that they've started it, we're going to tweak it and we're going to come in and we're going to give them competition, and it makes them both better. So that is the most ignorant. When they say that, I'm looking at that going, people have to know that there's no brain work behind that. That's just spewing words that they apparently think means something. And it doesn't.
It's a popular soundbite for sure.
Yeah.
But what's behind it? Yes. Gail Symons says, let's peek a little harder. Let's talk about corporate relocation. For instance, firearms manufacturer Weatherby. There's been instances where Wyoming Business Council has helped relocate a business to Wyoming. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the state. Welcome home. But some say that helps out of state businesses.
Really? So tell that to the 300 families or so, several hundred families, where we have people working with well-paying jobs in a stable company, in a stable industry that we did not have at that scale before. And so, again, I don't think the people that at Weatherby, who work at Weatherby, who support Weatherby, who have businesses that the employees at Weatherby spend money at, I don't think they care that came from California. This was not something you can build from scratch. This was a business that has national and international recognition, and we ship out firearms that say made in Sheridan, Wyoming, and we ship that all over. They ship that all over the world. So those 300 people don't care that it came from California. And frankly, Wyoming's the winner and California's the loser. So again, who cares where they came from if Wyoming and Wyoming people and Wyoming communities benefit?
Gail Symons' latest column, but Wyoming Business Council does build infrastructure. Getting yourself informed on exactly what Business Council does and doesn't do. For instance, doesn't do, you touched on this, Wyoming Business Council is nothing more than a political slush fund. We know Business Council cannot target taxpayer money to, for instance, pay salaries of companies that is decided is a good one or a bad, Yeah. That's not what the money is for. That's not where the money can go. There are guardrails set up as to what the money Business Council doles out, whether it's grants or low interest loans. Why is this not a political slush fund?
So it has an incredibly rigorous application. So whether it is economic diversification and Main Street program, or state trade and export program, or it's some of the Business Readiness Council, absolutely rigorous. And in many cases, what they're doing is they're just as rigorous as if you go to the local bank. And in fact, if you talk to the banking community, they also are appalled at this going away, because they've got funds that they are adding to. So all of these require matches. So it has a low application rate because it is so rigorous, and that it has incredibly constrained requirements on how those are used and how those funds are used. And it goes through partners. So it's all of the activities in a very risky business. When you're doing startups or investments, venture capital, it's by definition risk. So they have criteria in place to manage that risk. And I'd like to point out, for the people that are sports fans, that risk does not go away. This isn't a guarantee. So yes, there's going to be some failures, but they even have guardrails in place where, because that money doesn't go to those companies, it goes, for example, in the Jupiter program down in Albany, where it went into a partnership through the local development activity, and they constructed that building. That building belongs to Albany County and the city of Laramie. So they can fill it, they can shift that funding and have it go in there. But back to the sports analogy, an excellent hitter bats 300, not 1,000. And so the guardrails that they have in place and the structure they have to help ensure that it's successful, we only have a 44% fallout. It's over 50% in the rest of the nation. This does incredible work. So this idea that there's going to be some guarantee, no, life doesn't work that way. Business doesn't work that way. And if you think that, I'm sorry that you believe in fairy tales.
One final thing, Gail, as you point out in the column, the Joint Appropriations Committee, in trying to, I guess, shrink a perceived bureaucracy, ended up just taking the wrecking ball to the Business Council. Many have come to the aid of the program immediately upon hearing that. Let's talk about, is it a costly bureaucracy? How many employees of the Wyoming Business Council, for every employee they have and for every dollar spent by Business Council, what's the return on investment? Have you been pleased to see it pays off?
Yeah, so again, there's 40 employees, and I think it's very important to understand that a chunk of those employees are actually out in the regions providing expertise in areas that business owners don't have. And so that's an incredible part of it. There's accounting and IT and executive functions, but they also, in addition to those internal operations, these are people who have very specific expertise in strategic partnerships and initiatives. They can talk to venture capitalists who have billions of dollars that they are investing all over the country, and they can talk to them with their own language. A small business owner in Kemmer or Douglas doesn't have that. So yes, it's a tremendous return on investment, and that human capital, that expertise that's there, you can't just willy-nilly come up with that. I'd also like to point out that they yanked almost $55 million in unobligated funds going to business-ready communities. Those unobligated funds were programs that went through this rigor, and they've gone out and they've got partners, they've got matching funds, they've got other investments, and we're going to yank that underneath them. So and I know the answer to this, did anybody in that group at JAC bother asking who got their funding pulled? I'll tell you, I think one for sure, in Lincoln County for that sewer treatment, That was just approved this last year. Those funds aren't obligated because it's a multi-year program. And while the funds are set aside, they're not obligated until like just in time. So how happy are the people in Lincoln going to be that this sewage program that's halting them from expanding their housing, like their businesses are halted because they literally are at capacity in their sewage system. They can't build another house. And that has to be in this $54.6 million. So congratulations, Representative Baer and Representative Pendergraft and all of them. Way to go. Way to take care of the taxpayers' money by cutting the throat of necessary business and community programs. Pat yourself on the back for that.
Gail Symons, she's going to be there in Cheyenne when the lawmakers get together. It's not a done deal. Everything we're talking about is simply Appropriations Committee suggestion, a 9-3 vote. You would have to think the House, well, that might be a place it'll fly, but I think the Senate could stall it. Gail's going to be headed there, and I imagine you'll be speaking with lawmakers on behalf of Business Council and many other things.
One quick thing, the JAC has a remote, a little too late, but on, I believe it's Thursday, they can go to JAC on Wild Edge. You can call in by the night before, and the public can actually make comment. And so I urge people to look for that. There's going to be economic development people that come in, businesses that come in. This isn't just the business council coming in. These are the people who are affected. So listen in on that because they're finally going to get community input.
And this is needed. We're not saying it's not needed to, really examine Business Council because I think many of us were not nearly aware of what they do.
Oh, yeah.
And let's get up to speed on what they do and decide whether we want them to keep doing it. That'll be the best case outcome of this everybody's going to get a crash course in Wyoming Business Council. Gail, thanks for your article. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on.
Great. Thank you so much.
You bet. We'll take a break. Coming right back.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom. We're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, Feb 2. And after every break, I keep checking the Lander Lil website. Like our Wyoming's hopes of a winter ride on this one rodent. Lander Lil is a prairie dog. It's been predicting the future of winter weather in Wyoming since 1984. And still no check-in from Lander Lil. You'd be surprised how many forecasting rodents there are. Groundhog Day, there are dozens. Besides Puxtatawny Phil in PA, there's a total of 44 predictions in so far in 2026. And that's not all of them yet. I think when it's all said and done, there's got to be... There can't be 100. There's 44 in so far. Still waiting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 18. So how many is that? Let's do some quick math. 44 in, 18 yet to come. That's how many different winter forecasting groundhogs there are, or rodents. Some are groundhogs, some are whatever. Everybody trying to get in on the trend. Everybody trying to copy. There's only one original. Puxtatawny Phil. He's been doing it since 1880 something. There's Jimmy the Groundhog in Wisconsin, who, by the way, is forecasting an early spring. There's Buckeye Chuck in Ohio, forecasting an early spring. Don't forget French Creek Freddy in West Virginia, also predicting an early spring. In fact, of the 44 predictions in so far, 25 are predicting a longer winter. 25 saw their shadow and zoom back into their hole. Meaning we're in for 6 more weeks of winter. 19 predicted an early spring. So it's decidedly kind of, although all the ballots are not yet in, it's certainly trending towards a longer winter. And I'm thinking Lander Lil is going to see her shadow. Still no indication of what Lander Lil saw, but looks like we're headed for a longer winter. That's the consensus. I got one of our regular listeners chimed in on that subject of burbot. And we were talking about the ice fishing, night ice fishing of burbot and how good eating they are. And Alex Bakken, sheriff of Carbon County, likes to eat them. Our listeners agree. They are the poor man's lobster. Slather them with butter. Burbot boiled are good eating, especially slathered with butter. They are the poor man's lobster. And in the story by Mark Hines, he suggests two things. One, be careful night ice fishing this year because ice fishing's pretty sketchy across the state this year. Simply do not have the ice cover that we usually do. It hasn't been cold enough. And number two, suggests that if you do catch your burbot, boil them in Sprite. Yeah, 7-Up, Sprite, the soda pop. That's what the experts say. And you'll get a good tasting burbot or lobster, Wyoming lobster. Tana Howard will be with us momentarily. She, from what I understand, is Wyoming's only junior livestock show bestseller every year at the National Western Junior Livestock Show. And they've been doing it for 120 years, I think. This last one was the 120th. There's always somebody who has the highest selling livestock. It's always a steer, right? I can't imagine it's ever been a sheep or anything but a steer. And I think Tana is the only time Wyoming had the highest selling steer. This is sort of a 4-H on steroids. This is like your 4-H auction at a county fair times a million. I mean, this is nationwide where kids bring their livestock. Kids being, this is the National Western Junior Livestock Show. So I think there's a cutoff at age 18. And just recently, the event, the highest selling steer brought, hang on to your hats, $320,000. And you read about this in the Cowboy State Daily. Kate Meadows had the story. Cannon Ryman, 13-year-old, raised this steer she calls Boots because it has 3 white feet. She's a South Dakota gal. Her family has been doing this for quite a few years. In fact, her brother owned the previous record set just 2 years before. In 2024, her brother sold his steer for $210,000. That's chump change, says Cannon. Wait till you see what I can do. The 13-year-old started showing her steer Boots, and the paddles were raised, and they blew right past $200,000. And she ended up selling that to her steer to the Bank of Colorado for $320,000. Insane. I have the YouTube video. You'll hear the audio on radio. That'll still be good enough. But the video really brings it to light. The video gives you a sense of just how stunned Cannon was to learn her steer. She's walking this thing around, showing it, and she's watching the bids shoot past her brother's $210,000, go into $300,000 stratosphere, and she is in tears as the auctioneer keeps driving the price up. It's really neat to see and hear. Let me share that with you now. A little bit of that of the auction at the National Western Junior Livestock Show in Denver, where a record crowd, 750,000 plus, took part in the weekend to attend this. That smashed attendance records in the 120th annual. Here's what it looked looked and sounded like.
210,000 on them. 10, I'm better than 200, 210, now 20, now 20, now 210. Maddie, 210 here. Got to be 20, 30, 230.
Last year's winning bid, 210,000.
$250,000 come along, 50.
They're at $250,000 now.
260,000, 60, 70, 270,000 on them. I'm better than 70, 270,000.
You can hear the crowd starting to buzz. It's just unbelievable.
$290, 280 to bid, 290 to buy. Let's go. 290,000.
Cannon's already crying.
$300, 300, now 10.
She can't believe it.
$300, 310, 310,000 all down.
The spotters have big smiles on their faces. They know they're just entered record-setting territory.
310,000 going once, twice, 310, 20, 320, 320. Come on, go 320, 30, $330,000, $330,000, 320 to bid, 330 to buy, 320, 330, 330,000 going once, $330,000 twice an eye, $330,000 an eye. So $320,000. $320,000, ladies and gentlemen. $320,000. Joy Dinsdale, Bank of Colorado, Chris Dinsdale.
Oh, that's a bit of a payday for her. Oh, man. That 13-year-old just in tears, shattering the record. Cannon, congrats. Thank you for the video. 9 News, courtesy of 9 News Local there. The junior livestock auction where Boots the steer sold for $320,000 and a 13-year-old Cannon Ryman is pocketing a little bit of change. She's richer today than she was last weekend. Unbelievable. We'll have a special guest on, Tana Howard, who participated in just such an event back in her day. She'll be up next right after this short break.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Well, once again, a big congrats to 13-year-old Cannon Ryman out of South Dakota, as she shattered all records for the National Western Junior Livestock Show. Sold her steer boots for $320,000. That broke the old record set by her brother of $210,000. Broke it by a long shot. Golly. Tana Howard, a Wyomingite, says that is the highest honor that can be bestowed on a teen livestock shower seller. Tana says, as currently the only person from Wyoming to ever win this honor back in 2002, I know what it takes and how much it means. This is a life-changing moment for her and her family. I also knew her dad, and I'm confident he's smiling down from heaven. That's a ranchy family out of South Dakota. They've been doing this for a while, so Cannon, it's not like she's some hot shot out of nowhere. You might have seen this coming, but I don't know if anybody saw $320,000 coming. We'll tell you where the money goes and more about this event, which is now in its 100th and 120th year. It's part of the National Western Livestock Show in Denver. This particular auction is for kids who have raised kids, being 18 years old, the cutoff. National Western Junior Livestock Show. And a record-selling crowd was on hand for the 120th in Denver. This was over, was it last 2 weekends ago, maybe? I think. Record-setting crowd, 750,000 plus in attendance, and the record-setting steer in the junior auction. Unbelievable. And what does it feel like? I could see from the face of Cannon what it felt like. She was in tears as she heard the bidding get up over 200,000 and 250. In her mind, she's got to be thinking, I am tugging around. And she was tugging. That old Boots was trying to get away from her. She's like, I am tugging around by the halter, more than $250,000 worth of beef. And it got higher than that. I mean, she was literally in tears when they dropped the gavel on $320,000. Yeah, we'll talk to Tana, I hope. We're not having great luck with our guests this morning, and I'm not sure what to blame that on other than it's a Monday. Yeah, I don't know where Tana is. We may have to shift gears again. Someone's trying to call me. Maybe it is Tana. I can't answer the phone. You're going to have to trying to log in, giving me an error. Dang, she is trying. All right. Well, let me I'll shoot this out to you. Try to call the studio line, maybe. I don't know what. Maybe our Zoom room is messed up today. I don't think so. It shouldn't be. Try calling studio line. That's all I can think of. And we'll just put her on a phone call, which I can do. I don't do it very often, but we could do that. Let's see if we can get her to call. Call's better than nothing. Yeah, maybe we're having Zoom room issues today. Some guests have gotten on just fine. Gail Symons was on. She didn't have any trouble. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But Tana will take a phone call if that works for you. And one way or another, we're going to talk about what it takes to raise a prize-winning steer or anything else. They auctioned off a bunch of stuff. I watched almost half the auction. Watched them auction off all kinds of livestock, but nothing compared to that steer. And I think they knew that steer would be a record setter because they saved it to the end of a session. And after that steer sold, they broke away from coverage, and even News 9 News went to something else. I think they knew that was going to be the highlight of the evening. I think they had an inkling. After all, Kennan's brothers set the previous record. So this family, this Ryman family, I guess they know what they're doing. When it comes to ranching and raising livestock. Let's see. We're still trying to get Tana on the Zoom, and I don't know. I don't know if it's going to happen. Tana, I gave you the phone number. Just call. Call. If you're watching the show, just call. 307-999-TALK, a number you can text anytime. Let us know what you're thinking, what you're hearing. 307-999-8255. That's always the studio line for our show on the Cowboy State Daily. 999-TALK, 8255. And no word from Tana. Dang. Okay, I really want to take a short break here, but I don't want to go away for too long for fear that Tana may show up. Let's rodeo along the vein of, if we do get Tana Howard joining us, I will bust out of rodeo.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from Rodeo Rapid City, the 49th gathering of Rodeo Rapid City, the Black Hills Stock Show and Rodeo. And starting things off were the Extreme Bull Riding events and the Extreme Bronc Riding events. And some people took a big spotlight and a big payday from Rapid City. Results coming up next.
All right, we're going to bust out of the Rodeo Roadshow in the hopes that we do have Tana, maybe?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Is that how I say your name, Tana?
Yep, you're one of the only people to ever get it right the first time. Way to go.
Well, I just took a stab at it. Tana Howard joins us. Sorry you were having trouble with Zoom. You're not the only one. I'm going to find out who runs Zoom, and I'm going to talk to some people. Don't worry. So, man, give us an idea of what 13-year-old Cannon Ryman is going through. Now, I don't know 320,000 in back in your day, 2002, but you did this. You were there. You know what it takes.
I do. Yeah. I mean, it's really overwhelming, and it's one of the biggest honors. It's the biggest, it's like the Super Bowl of showing steers, basically, I mean, the National Western Stock Show is one of many national shows of high caliber, but the junior, market steer show is pretty much, the Super Bowl. And it's one of the highest honors, if not the highest honors, to showing a steer. So something you can take away for the rest of your life and, be pretty proud to have that honor. And the fact that her family, her brother won, makes it even more special. So really proud of them and happy for them. It's something she'll never forget for sure.
Yeah, that Ryman family, that Canada's going to be counting her money for a while. That is so cool. So, Tana, what exactly is this? I described it before as, just kind of, you mentioned that it's like a Super Bowl. It's like the 4-H sale at your county fair, only times 100. Who goes to this? Who gets invited? How do you get invited? And you're seeing people from the entire nation, right?
Yes, it's a national show, so people all over the country participate. It is a junior show. The National Western Stock Show has junior and open, what we would call open shows, which means, people that may be older or ranches, for breeding cattle or whatnot. It's a 3-week, 4-week event or so. To participate in a market show or in the steer show, they have to basically commit to this months and months in advance, almost, really a year in advance almost, because the entry fees are usually, or entry paperwork and all of that is usually due in the summer, prior to the summer before the show. And then they have to finalize those entries. So anybody who shows, a steer can enroll and can sign up. There's a fee and some paperwork that they have to do. And then, it is, because it's such a high caliber show, it is what we would call a terminal show. So it doesn't matter if you get dead last or if you get grand champion, your animal does not come home with you. So it leaves on a truck. Some of them sell for $320,000 and some will get market price. If you get, if you didn't make the sale. The sale is only for the champions and the class winners. So the individuals, the top real 5%. And it does have steers, pigs, and sheep in the sale. It's a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking to Tana Howard. The story is by Kate Meadows. Read it. It's really exciting. And I shared the YouTube video of the actual auction. Tana, I don't know if you got a chance to see that, but Cannon is in tears as the bids start getting past $250,000. She recognizes now she's broken her brother's record and she's got $250,000 worth of beef on her halter and she's just crying. And the gavel comes down at $320. Unbelievable. You did this in 2002. What did you bring? What happened?
Yeah, so in 2002, I won with my steer. His name was Pud, short for Puddin', and it was a steer that we raised. My family ranches just outside of Wheatland, and we raise show cattle. So when I won in 2002, it was actually, I didn't bring very much. I brought a $60,000, and the real reason for that is they weren't even sure they were going to have a National Western or a sale really that year, because it was the first real event after September 11th, and the market was severely down. The year after me, the steer ended up bringing $100,000, which was one of the first steers to really bring $100,000, which was super exciting. But for me, it was. Right. $320,000 will always be, great. In that moment, I didn't even think about the money. I was just happy to be there and happy to win. And when you're in that sale ring, it's such a whirlwind. From the moment you win, you have, cameras surrounding you, and they have all these different events that you have to do. The next day, the grand champion steer goes downtown to the Brown Palace, which is a historic tradition for the National Western Stock Show. So that's always exciting. It's just nonstop. And then the moment you leave the Brown Palace, they're whisking you away to go to the sale, to the sale to get your animal ready, to see buyers. And you're in the sale ring and you're bringing all this money and all these people. And then the moment you leave, you put your steer on a trailer.
Yeah, well, that's how it is. Yeah, at all the 4-H auctions, at the county fair, state fair, the National Western Junior Stock Show draws thousands of junior market animals in the competition. This year, 108 advanced to the auction as the highest placing entries. And we're talking about Cannon Ryman's record-setting $320,000 steer. And Tana Howard out of Wyoming, ranching in the Wheatland area. She knows what it's like. Wyoming, now, does Wyoming normally bring a prize winner?
You know, we have a lot of participants that go, and we've had a lot of great cattle that have gone to the National Western Stock Show, a lot of ranches that participate in the breeding section of that, and then also junior exhibitors who have participated in the market steers and as well as swine and sheep. And so, you know, but we haven't had a winner yet. I'm hoping. I don't want to be the only one that has that holds that title. We've had other champions. I believe we just had, there's different types of shows all over that 3 weeks, right? I would say one of the biggest honors, right? I mean, I'm a little partial, but is the market steer show. We haven't had a market steer winner from Wyoming yet. I'm waiting for the day, and I hope it happens soon. And we've had a lot of great cattle that have been exhibited. We've had some ranches that have done really well as well at the National Western. So we definitely have good participation, but no market steer winners yet. So I hope the day comes soon.
Well, if you're looking to beat Cannon Ryman's boots, you better bring a pretty fancy steer. Congrats to her, the South Dakota ranching girl. Thank you, Tana, for being on. I appreciate it. Give us a little perspective on just how unique a deal this is.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, and congrats to the Ryman family all around.
Yeah. Have a great Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday, a Pucks to Tony Phil kind of Monday. Lander Lils, I think we have breaking news that we'll get to next hour. Claire McFarland, who's kind of in charge of Lander Lil, she's got the report on what that groundhog, that prairie dog saw, shadow or not. We'll get to that next after top of the hour news. Now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. News is brought to you by the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive. Get your tickets starting March 2nd at CodyStampedeRodeo.com. Jake Stoner is planning a funeral for his 11-month-old son on his ranch after the boy was allegedly murdered by his mother 2 days before Christmas. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that Stoner is also asking Wyoming legislators to loosen strict Amber Alert criteria for faster child rescues.
Braden Harvey, who is a member of the Hot Springs Republican Party, saw that fundraiser and he was very touched by Jake's story. So he put forth a resolution called the Basil Stoner Resolution to reconsider the threshold for what's required for law enforcement to actually issue an Amber Alert.
Stoner's 11-month-old son, Basil, was allegedly killed by his mother, Madeline Daly, 2 days before Christmas in New Mexico. When Goshen County rancher Gary Hubert first saw the condition of 14 starving horses, he went to the sheriff. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that Hubert then supplied 25 1,200-pound bales of hay himself before others stepped up.
An 83-year-old rancher in Goshen County just drove by the pasture where these horses were being kept and just saw the condition of them. And so he just saw one particular horse that was in really bad condition. And so he went to the sheriff, was told that they couldn't do anything. That's what he told me. And then he said he just started providing feed for these horses.
Nathan Wallman, the owner of the 14 horses, is headed to trial in March on separate animal abuse charges involving 17 other horses that he kept at a rented Torrington location. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The town of Wamsutter may be the future of energy with a pilot hydrogen production facility. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that this potential energy is where oil and gas waste streams can be transformed into hydrogen fuel.
They believe they can take that produced water that has hydrocarbons in it and pull hydrogen off of that and then perhaps hook it into a pipeline system that takes it to the Pacific Northwest.
Since 2022, Governor Mark Gordon, Williams Companies, and UW School of Energy Resources have been developing technology that could transform Wamsutter, a small town in Sweetwater County. A Sweetwater County judge sentenced a Haitian trucker Friday to 12 to 14 years in prison for plowing into an ambulance, killing one EMT and injuring another. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the deceased EMT's grandfather said he forgave the trucker during the sentencing.
So it's on this backdrop of this reckless moment in his life versus his otherwise inoffensive history that Judge Lavery sentenced him to 12 to 14. That's 12 to 14 on aggravated vehicular homicide and then 9 to 10 on aggravated assault. But those are simultaneous. So it ends up being a total of 12 to 14.
During sentencing, St. Jean told the judge he's been incarcerated so long that he actually has a daughter that he has not met. And when Judge Lavery handed down his sentence, St. Jean said, "Your Honor," and then trailed off. The hearing concluded soon after. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. It's Groundhog Day, where this year Puxtatawny Phil is forecasting whether we have an extended winter or not. Landerlil is forecasting maybe whether we have a winter at all. I don't know. Claire McFarland's on it, along with help from Mark Hines. First, let's get Dale Killingbeck. And I want to talk about the Good Samaritan noticed horses that were not doing too well.
Yeah.
Hate when this happens.
Yeah, this was this happened back in initially there was a horse that kind of impaled himself on a steel fence post back last spring, and that kind of drew attention to the herd. And then this past fall, one of the ranchers is driving by and he sees a horse that looks like it's about on its last day, and sees that they're not being fed and just steps in and starts providing some hay for these horses.
He made phone calls, right, to the sheriff. And what was the deal? They're like, sometimes a sheriff can't, there's not a lot they can do. Why? I don't know, but the guy.
According to him, it was, he contacted the authorities and they said, we're sorry that, there's nothing dead yet. I guess that's kind of what his take was. I tried to get a hold of the sheriff, but wasn't able to talk to him. But that was their take, was that they couldn't do anything at that point. There's a horse that's going to die in the next day or two if something isn't done.
Yeah, call us back when it's dead. Goshen County rancher Gary Hubert, 83-year-old. Is he the one who noticed?
Yes, Gary Hubert.
Gary. And he began just forking hay to these horses. In the meantime, the owner of horses is facing similar charges, but unrelated charges, animal cruelty.
Yeah, he had, at the same time, he had these initially 15 and then 14 after the horse had to be put down that injured itself in this Lingle case in Torrington. He had another group of horses, 17, that he was being charged on for basically the same thing, not providing food and water. They were in corrals that were too small for the 17 horses. They were in bad shape, wasn't taking care of their hooves, that kind of thing. So he was facing charges on that. And then there was a previous charge to that where he was charged with 5 horses that he was mistreating, and he was scheduled for a trial on that, but they dropped that to, I guess, join with this latest charge in May of last year. It's confusing, but he has basically 4 sets of horses that we know of that he had a single horse initially in 2023 that was in a trailer for like 2 weeks. And when the deputy was called to check it out, he found all this manure in the trailer, no food, where the horse was at, no trace of hay inside the trailer, even though there was some feed in the front of the trailer and a little hay.
Dale, I'm going to direct my anger at you. How does this guy keep getting horses?
That's a really good question, Jake. It's amazing. I think there's more to this story that's yet uncovered, but this gentleman seems to like to not feed and not take care of the horses that he owns.
Well, if anything, let's put his name out there in this story. So maybe the next person, or the next horse. Let's see. Carbon County Sheriff Alex Bakken, he was with us the other day on the show, and he talked about how he's preparing for this 100-mile ultra marathon to raise money. And sometime when he's out jogging, he has people pull up and say, "Do you need a ride somewhere?" It's the hardest part of training for an ultra marathon is not getting rides from your well-meaning constituents.
That was really funny, and they ask him if he's lost, when he's out running.
He's just preparing but I don't know what he thinks. He's in good shape. I mean, he's search and rescue guy. He's got to be in good shape. But even Alex says, I don't know what I was thinking, but I think he can do it.
Yeah, it sounds like, I think he's going to do it. Because a lot of it is mental when you're doing those long distance things. And he's definitely a guy that has it all together, as far as accomplishing something. So, but yeah, he told me that he doesn't like to run. I don't know if he told you that too, but running is really not his thing. But to raise money, he's going to put himself through the furnace, preparing for this ultra marathon. Then he's going to go run it in the Bighorn. So that's going to be quite a feat.
Look at what this guy is doing just to raise money. What is he buying? Because I heard they just got, and Sheriff Bakken was supposed to be on the show today. I don't know what happened to him. I was going to ask him. They just got a $600,000 federal grant to upgrade all their vehicles. They cover a lot of ground in Carbon County, the sheriff's office. What was he raising money for in particular? I think it was communication stuff, right?
Right. Yeah. I guess their console in their dispatch center, they got a new one back in 2022 or something like that, but it's going to be ready to change in 2030. And they said they need walkie-talkies for their search and rescue group. So it's going to be split between those two goals. And these walkie-talkies are like, I think he said $8,000 or $9,000. I had it in the story, but $8,000 or $9,000 for one of those. So that's not a cheap thing.
Also, your follow-up, the latest on Representative Bill Alleman, who's getting ready to head to the budget session. He's looking at a pending DUI, at least charges on a DUI, and he was hoping that a circuit judge would allow him to get out of the random testing that everybody has to go through when they receive a DUI. He had made some interesting arguments. He said, if you're innocent until proven guilty, then why am I doing court-mandated stuff if I haven't been proven guilty of driving while intoxicated yet? But the judge didn't buy it. He said, whether you're a dishwasher or a lawmaker, everybody's got to go through it. You still have to do testing.
Yeah, the judge was very clear on that. The county attorney that's prosecuting the case brought out things from the affidavit, and there was an argument, about, can we use an affidavit in a hearing before there's ever even been discovery by his defense attorney, but the judge ruled that yes, we can use info from the affidavit, and the affidavit, just says that Alleman couldn't even hardly stand up when he got out of his truck and wouldn't take a breathalyzer. When they took the blood sample, it was 0.24 blood alcohol content, 3 times the state limit. So the judge said, yeah, we're going to continue it. But they emphasized that it's only the least
invasive
testing. Yeah. So it's one time a month. So
yeah, and I think you talked about it isn't like all of a sudden they'll show up in the middle of a budget session and say, Representative Alleman, we need you. He can do this on his own account, right?
Yeah, the judge told him that he can either get a breathalyzer machine that he can have that's portable, and he can do it when they're contacted. He can just do it with that, or he can go to a place in Laramie where he could do it either before or after the session, so it's not going to be hindering to him.
I don't remember if we talked to you about Harvey DeSalm's dog, but I did talk to Harvey. He had his dog, Dot, while Dot is still alive, so don't anybody tell Dot, that we're, he's preparing for the day that he no longer has his spunky Dot. What is this thing? It's one of those Jack Russell. Yeah, that's right. He had it bronzed. I can't imagine. Can you imagine being the one commissioned? I mean, first off, it's Harvey DeSalm's, an art dealer, so he knows art, and he is commissioning you to do his dog, which he knows Dot. My hands would be shaking if I'm the one who's sculpting 3 different dots for bronzes. I'd be like, is it good enough, Harvey? Could it ever be good enough? But it looks pretty realistic.
The sculptor that did it for him actually has done some bronzes for the bronze project in Cheyenne. So she has a good relationship with Harvey and knows Dot. And so I think she did a really good job. When you look at them side by side, it's hard to tell the difference.
Yeah, she captured Dot, maybe the younger version of Dot, and she captured all that, Jack Russell energy, we'll say, spunk or
personality
that Jack Russells have. Yeah. Great story. How did you find out about that? You're in Casper and Harvey's over there in Cheyenne. How'd you find out about that?
Our editor, Jimmy, is a good friend of Harvey's, I think, and he tipped me off to that. So that's how I found out.
Great story, and we hope the day that Dot passes and becomes bronzed, well, already bronzed 3 times over, we hope that day never comes. But when it does, there'll be 3 dots to carry on. Hey, thank you, Dale. Have a great Monday.
Okay, you too, Jake. Take care.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Mac Watson will be up here in just a bit, and we'll recap the weekend's news. Mac and I will, right after this quick break.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So untouchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary. Allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
The Dutch. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Hey, I want to check in, and Mac's going to be here in just a minute. But first, I want to see what Claire McFarland found out about Lander Lil, because that prediction could be key in my compilation of predictions of groundhogs across the country. There are more than 60, by the way. Putz to 20, Phil, Lander Lil, there's more. Let's see what...
Hello, Wyoming. We're here in the town of Lander to see whether Lander Lil, a prairie dog, is going to see her shadow this Groundhog Day. Now, if she does, that means 6 more weeks of winter. Wait, what's winter? Mark, do you know what winter is?
I don't think I remember what that is.
No.
Anyway, thing about Lander Lil is she's a really good cougar detector. Not as good as Wyoming guys in bars, but still very good at finding those cougars. She's also very dense, just like your mom. And you can tell that she's from Lander and not Riverton because she can't spit very far.
How embarrassing.
Mark, why don't you say a few words about Lander Lil?
Oh, sure, absolutely. See, Lander Lil is a prairie dog, and these guys aren't like cottontail rabbits. If you're going to fry one of these guys up in a pan, you need an oil with a high smoke point and not bacon grease.
But Mark, I thought you were going to talk about how Marianne Atwood and Ellen O'Hashy came up with this idea. Bev Paddleford sculpted this magnificent beast and they put her in front of the post office.
I think you have me mistaken for someone else.
I guess I do.
Hey, let's go shoot some prairie dogs.
I have a potato gun. Does that work?
No.
Oh, it looks like the sun has come up and Lander Lil does not see her shadow because she is not facing west. We all know what that means. 10 more years of election campaign season. Do you think Lander Lil is smart enough to run for office, Mark?
Nobody cares.
Yeah, it does not matter. Well, have a good February, Wyoming, and make it Western.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe Casper Planet is hiring.
I don't think they're hiring prairie dogs.
They are hiring cougars, though.
Yes, they are hiring.
So that is Claire McFarland, joined there by Mark Hines. Last year it was Bill Sniffen. When you have Mark join you on the whole Lander Lil thing, there's a chance that Lander Lil could get shot or eaten. That's Mark Hines' inclination. The rest of us just want to know what the prairie dogs saw. Mac is with us. Mac, did you know there's a whole mess of forecasting rodents?
I love the way you put that. Forecasting rodents. No, I did not. I grew up on the East Coast. So I only knew of Punxsutawney Phil up in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Every year they would drag this poor unknowing groundhog out of its den. I think it was asleep. And they would hold it up and see if it saw its shadow or not. And then, these men in top hats would make this grand pronouncement of whether we're getting sick. So it's all a bunch of hooey anyway. But, but no, I had no idea there were that many. I really didn't.
Yeah, so far, there's 54 predictions in. That's how many different, and 10 still to go. And we can make that 9 because the website where I'm looking at this does not have the latest from Lander Lil. And it's pretty close. I mean, the next 9 will decide it. 25 have predicted an early spring. 29 have predicted a longer winter. Make that 30 now with Lander Lil. So it's running close from Stonewall Jackson in New Jersey to Stormy Marmot in Colorado and Punxsutawney Phil and Lander Lil and many more.
I love what they said, though. What's winter?
Yeah.
I don't remember what that is.
Dude, I know.
And it's true. It's true. It's in the 50s in some parts of Wyoming this weekend. The 50s. Come on, man.
That's not right.
No, and I keep waiting for the hammer to fall. I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, and nothing. I don't know. I don't know what kind of cycle we're in, or what kind of, jet stream, or, high front, cold front, low front. I don't know. But we have not had any kind of winter like years past. And so I don't know what's going to happen.
Bizarro. Friday, even with my death flu cold crud thing going on, I was sitting outside reading the paper and I had to take my jacket off. I had to take my coat off in Jackson Hole, Wyoming on in late January. Ugh, it is warm. I think we're just going to skip it. I know people are saying this means we're pushing back winter and winter's going to come in March, but I don't know. I think this will be the year without a winter.
It makes sense for you to say that because there has been no indication. And it is the beginning of February, right? And then March comes in like a lion, leaves like a lamb. We're kind of sort of running out of days for it to, I've noticed, I don't know whether you've noticed, the days are starting to get longer. The sun will start warming up the earth because we're going back to that, summer season, that spring season, summer season. I don't know if we're going to get below 32 degrees with a little bit of rain turning into snow. I don't know.
I don't know. We got a lot of catching up to do. I feel bad because without the snowpack, we know what happens.
Utah is suffering horrifically.
Yeah. Yeah.
They have had 0.2 or 0.8, I forget. But point anything inches of snow is not good for your snowpack. Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City has not had the snowfall they've needed. And Colorado, too, they don't have the snowpack they need as well. So, that is not good for aquifers. That's not good for rivers. That's not good for irrigation. That's not good for agriculture, which, Wyoming is partly based on. We got a lot of ag out here. So I don't know kind of sort of what spring, summer looks like.
Maybe the IOC will snatch that Winter Olympics away from Salt Lake. They got one coming up in 2034, I think. I'm double checking that. Yeah. I mean, if it happened this year, good luck skating on that water.
You know what's also ridiculous? The NHL doing these outside games in Tampa.
I know.
Oh, the Winter Classic. If you go below Boston, you're crazy. You're crazy if you go below like Boston or Chicago. Don't get me wrong. Love hockey. Got into it as an adult. Have watched a bunch of games. I still watch it on TV. How in the world are you going to have an outdoor game in Tampa, Florida? It's ridiculous. It really is.
Compressors, and a lot of them, you're going to have to make the ice cold and keeping
but
it.
Even then, the skaters, oh my God, what am I, Mom?
Yeah.
The players will tell you they notice a difference.
Oh yeah.
There is a difference when you try to pump that much compressor, frozen stuff into a warm arena. So, I don't know how it's going to look, but I wish them well. I wish them a good game, but it's one of those ridiculous things. Like, I think, was it Sochi? Was it Sochi where they didn't have any snow? I can't remember. It was a number of years ago, and it was supposed to be a Winter Olympics, and they were just, the snow guns were out. They were blasting the sides of mountains because they just didn't have any. I'm sorry, if we need to go further north, maybe we need to go up into the far recesses of the Arctic zone in Canada, maybe Yellowknife or something to have the Winter Olympics. I mean, come on.
This just in, the host city winner for Winter Olympics 2042 will be Yellowknife.
Will be like Barrow, Alaska.
Yeah, it's got to be somewhere where you guaranteed legit cold.
Right, exactly.
I know. Damn,
so I don't know either, but and I don't know how you feel about climate change and all that kind of stuff, but it's weird. So just from my own personal experience, my wife and I would come up every 6 months to Cody to visit my father-in-law because that's where my wife is from. She's from Cody. So before we moved up here, we would come up every 6 months. So for the 10 years, for the decade before we moved up here, almost every other visit, when we would visit in the summer, we would have to delay going back because the roads were closed. There would be some kind of storm. It has not, at least up here near Yellowstone, it has not been any appreciable snowfall. No road closures for the past 5 years, I don't think. I know to the south, I-80 got slammed. Remember all that, the poor pronghorns and the poor mule deer that died along the I-80 from Rock Springs all the way over into, South Dakota and all that kind of stuff. I know they got hammered with snow. The northern part of Wyoming, I don't think has really gotten hammered like it was maybe 10 years ago.
I hear you. Since I put my studded snow tires on, it hasn't snowed once. I've been just dry pavement.
I bought a 4-wheel drive vehicle. And I use that word loosely. I bought a 4-wheel drive pickup truck. Haven't needed it. Haven't put anything in the back. Haven't put sandbags, hay bales. Haven't used 4-wheel drive at all. So if you want to blame anybody, blame me.
Yeah.
Because when you wash your car, it's gonna rain.
Yeah.
When I bought a 4-wheel drive vehicle, when I finally broke down because I got stuck in my own cul-de-sac last year and broke down and bought a 4-wheel drive truck, it's never going to snow again. So
I put the snow tires on and it's been sunny and 49 every day.
There you go. There you go. It's ridiculous.
Did you catch the Grammys last night?
No.
Me
and I
neither.
will tell you why. From being in radio for so many years and watching so many Grammy performances,
Yeah.
I have my own theories, which we will not go into. I do not like the Grammys. I do not like the choices. I'm not saying there's chicanery, but I think there's a little chicanery in there every once in a while. And we've seen, remember when Kanye got up in front of, Taylor Swift and said, I'm gonna let you finish in a minute, but blah, blah, blah. He wasn't wrong. Okay. He's a little bit off. I'll give you that.
Right.
But he wasn't wrong. He wasn't wrong that year. And this year, even my daughter, who's 16, because I was down here, anchoring the news, putting the news together for the next day. She came downstairs and she goes, "Hey, are the Grammys fixed?" What?
She noticed.
There's no way this person should have won. There's no way this, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, honey, I'm not going to say yes or no, but I've seen a bunch of Grammys, especially when I was younger and I was doing music radio. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know how they come up with the list. I don't know because it's not just by album sales. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, you get to the Super Bowl, how? By winning. I beat this team. You beat that team. We're both going to the Super Bowl. And then from there, the winner gets the Lombardi trophy. I don't know how the Grammy works. I really don't.
I don't know how they quantify it. It's not measurable. Exactly. It's not the People's Choice Awards either.
Right.
But I just thought it was interesting to note that the two biggest winners from last night were back-to-back Super Bowl halftime performers. Kendrick Lamar last year. People were like, who is he? Hate this. He won. And then Bad Bunny is this year's Super Bowl halftime show. And for all the people who say hate it, so is the NFL in cahoots as well? Because we know they fixed football games.
Well, did you see? I did. She did show me the performance by Bruno Mars. Did you see that?
No. Did he do his new song? He's got a new one out.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
But go back and watch on YouTube and tell me the background of the stage isn't a huge radio corporation's logo.
Oh?
Just go back and look and you'll know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, like why is that? This is the Grammys. It's not their festival because they have festivals all over the country.
Yeah.
And they have the local radio affiliate bring out the musicians and all that kind of stuff. Why is the background looking like the logo of a very big radio company in America?
Mac Watson.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean? I'm just saying. I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Mac is saying funny business going on with the Grammys.
Don't even get me started about the Jethro Tull Metallica controversy from years ago. Don't even get me started. Best metal album, Jethro Tull. Ha! What?
If you're blowing on a flute, you should not be winning any medal. Yeah. Come on, man.
Right.
Yeah. Did you see, it took some doing, but we did get Tana on the show.
Yeah.
And Tana Howard in 2002 had a prize-winning steer that sold for a record number. Wyoming has not done it since. And that South Dakota 13-year-old, I'm so happy for her. I played the YouTube video of the auction and she's in tears. I was like so happy for her.
Well, you know why, right?
Because she's now a millionaire?
She broke her brother's record.
Yeah.
Can you believe that her brother had the record?
Yeah.
She broke it. I mean, that is incredible. I'd be balling too if it was me. Are you serious? That's awesome. That's just great.
It was so cool to see. I mean, it got past her brother's 210,000 and she had a smile on her face. By the time it got to like 300,000, she was crying. She was in tears. She couldn't believe it. 320 to the gavel come down on $320,000. Tana Howard was on to let us know what that feels like just a little bit. But that's insane. That's big money. And
I gotta hand it to the families and the people who do that, the ag and the people who show the amount of dedication. My dad used to show animals when he was a kid. I couldn't. I'm deathly allergic to horses and cows, so I can't. Real fun growing up next to my grandmother's farm when I was a kid. Real fun. Anyway, the time and dedication and responsibility that these kids have, because they're literally taking care of the animal. They're raising the animal. They've got to get the animal ready. They've got to make sure the animal is show worthy. That's a lot of time and effort. And I've been to the Park County Fair up here on the Park County Fairgrounds up in Powell. These kids sleep in the barn.
Yeah.
These kids spend all of their time with these animals when it's time for show. It's just amazing. It's amazing. And that's why it's so funny. My sister-in-law told her daughter, I don't want you dating some loser. You date a ranch kid. I was like, what? I like, what are you talking about? You date a ranch kid. They're polite, they're nice, and they have responsibility. They know what they're doing. They're really good people. And darn if she didn't find a ranch guy and marry him at 19. I was like, are you kidding me? And he is. He's the nicest guy. And he's in the National Guard. He's going to UW. He's in the National Guard. I mean, from an early age, man, ranch kids just know. Ag kids just know what's up. And it's just so nice. And my daughter will never be like that. She's in school. She's not going to listen to this. So I can talk out of school about her. But,
if you thought there was a lot of primping and preening backstage at the Grammys last night, it's nothing compared to what Cannon was putting her steer through, fluffing it up and
right. So she told our great reporter Kate Meadows, because I talked to Kate last night, who did a great job on the story. So you've got to make sure the animal's clean. Well, duh.
Beyond clean.
But not only clean, conditioned. So she conditioned the entire animal, then you dry it and you blow dry it like a girl on prom night, like you do your hair and makeup. These animals get hair and makeup done, and they're fed a certain diet. They are monitored. They are watched. They have to progress. They have to bulk up, but you can't be too big. You can't be on steroids, kind of thing. You can't be ginormous. But you also can't be like, oh, that's just a regular cow. Again, for these kids to do this, and then for her to sell it for over $300,000 and break her brother's record, hats off to her. She needs like a medal from the governor or something. You know what I mean?
Totally.
She needs something big.
Well, she's got 320,000 medals that she can go spend.
Now I don't know. Maybe you know this. Does she keep that money? Does that money go into a scholarship? Like, okay, this steer sold for over 300 grand. Great for the bank or the financial services or the company that paid that. But where does that money go? Because what I'm thinking is, well, I'm not just going to hand a kid a check for $300,000.
She's going to go blow it on another steer and win the next. No,
right.
It goes in a variety. It gets divvied up. Some of it goes back into the program that is the junior livestock auction. Some goes to her. Some go. It goes all different places. Gets divvied up, and she'll see a bulk of it. I mean, she raised that steer.
Okay.
But
but I didn't know if it went into like a scholarship program that she can take advantage of later, whether it goes into annuity or some kind of fund to gain interest. I didn't know. But if I'm the bank or the financial institution, I've got that oversized check. I'm asking, like, what are you going to do with this before I hand it over? What are you going to do with this before I hand it over? Where's it going? I'm going to buy myself a Porsche. No, you're 13. Knock it off.
A majority of each winning bid goes to the exhibitor, those who raise the animal. 10% of the sales supports the National Western Scholarship Trust. Good. And then there's other places where it goes to make sure this is a self-sustaining program. And we get the next Cannon rhyming up. Who knows?
That's amazing.
It's so cool. We got to get her on. Can Kate hook Cannon up with us? or us with Cannon?
I can ask her. I can certainly ask her if she has her contact information. I was thinking, knowing Cannon, do you really think she'll have time in the morning to come on your show?
She's
no
too,
offense to you.
She's too
but
big.
She's probably raising animals and going to school and all this other kind of stuff. But sure, I'll reach out to Kate and see if we can't get her on for 10, 15 minutes. Absolutely.
Yeah. I know she's gotten too big for us, but just a chance to brag on beating her brother or something. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Great
I'll
to get
reach
her
out
on.
to her. But the first thing I thought when you said that was, I bet you she's up before both of us. I bet you she's already, how that we do before 9 o'clock, before most people do all day. What was that, the Army slogan or something? She's probably done more before 5 a.m. than we've done all week, Well, but I'll reach out.
It'll probably be her lunch break when she comes on first thing in the morning. Like, we'll just catch her on a 10-minute break.
Right.
From fluffing and all the other things, shoveling poo. Yeah.
And that's not the only animal.
Right.
Her family has been doing this for years. There's
Yeah.
tons of animals that they're doing this for. So,
yeah.
She won with one steer, which is wonderful. But there's a whole bunch of other animals that they're taking care of every day, So
Cowboy State Daily. What?
Did you see, I'm sorry, did you see that story, the other story of the 83-year-old rancher who by himself saved those 14 horses in Goshen County? 83 years old, and he's bringing them 1,200-pound bales of hay?
Yeah.
What? You're 83, dude. What are you doing? Except, doing the right thing and being awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Being kind-hearted. Yeah. I have a hard time focusing on the positive of that story. Yeah, the 83-year-old who noticed horses being neglected and on his own went and pitched them hay. And I'm focusing on the guy who's done this allegedly before and
has another case against him out near Torrington.
Dude, why do you want horses if you can't care for them?
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't get it. Hey, we're up to 200,000 followers on the Facebooks. That's
Hey, thanks to everybody for doing that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'd like to take a little bit of credit.
Yeah.
Not really.
No, actually, Mac, today was the re-debut of the video news. That was so cool to see. People are happy about that.
Yeah, and it's wonderful. We are so glad to be back. And we've got a great videographer, a great video editor who's really cool and makes graphics and can make animation stuff. And so it looks really good. Again, you've got to look at this face. But other than that, the rest of the graphics are awesome. And the reporters are awesome telling their stories. But yeah, we relaunched today. And, again, thanks to everybody for sticking by and putting up with us trying to... It was a lot harder than I thought trying to find a video editor who kind of sort of got what we do, because what we do is so unique. So, this isn't a podcast, but it's also not a nightly news program like you see on television. It's a different animal. So a lot of people were just like, I don't get it. And I'd be like, okay, next, let me interview somebody else. But to get it and to, and to realize what we're doing, there's only a certain select few people who understand I don't want to say the enormity. We're not saving lives here, but we're doing something really cool and really special with Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah.
On its own, the website is awesome and has done tremendously. But now we're doing this video thing again, and people are really, like, I've had people, buddies of mine, after they figure out what I'm doing now in radio, going, that's really cool. How did you get that job? I'm like, know people. I just know people.
Yeah. Cowboy State Daily is spanning multimedia. First off, it's a newspaper that doesn't use ink, dominating the digital realm, or really any realm. If you're doing news in Wyoming, we're doing it better. Cowboy State Daily, and that includes the nearby 6 states. And then there's the radio, like your radio news. And then for me, this expanded video news that we now got back is like TV. We're doing it all, man. I love it.
Yeah, exactly. And we do it well. That's the thing. Here's the inside baseball, kind of thing that I've experienced. A lot of people will say, well, the news has changed. The news isn't what it used to be. The news that, blah, blah, blah. You know why? It's called 30 under 30. There's a bunch of kids under 30 years old in newsrooms now making a little more than 30 grand, giving you these stories. And it's not the same. It's not the same. We have reporters that are seasoned. They've got experience. They've been doing this, in the trenches for 20 more years. I'm not young. I've got experience. We've all got this experience and this knowledge base that you're not going to find anywhere else. So we deliver a really good product. So, take advantage of it. If you haven't checked out the video newscast, it's the 8 stories you're going to need to know for the day for Wyoming, and in some cases, Colorado, Montana, Idaho, other states as well, because we do cover stuff in other states that affect Wyoming. So if you haven't checked it out, please do. I know that I'm on Facebook at Mac Watson Talks. I put the link every night after I'm done, and I load it up to the website to make sure that my followers are all looking at the video news the next day or whatever. But check it out if you can. It's great. It really is.
I got to take one last break, and then we're going to wrap up this Monday edition. Mac, you want to hang out?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent. Mac Watson on the Cowboy State Daily Show coming right back.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential. A place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
And we're back on a Groundhog Day Monday Cowboy State Daily Show. Mac Watson's with us. Mac, your kids do the sushi?
No. My kids We adopted our kids in 2017.
Yeah.
They were placed with us in 2017. We adopted them 6 months later. They are they're very Hispanic. Their family members live in Mexico. Their family members live in Phoenix. They are very, very Hispanic. So when they came to us, my wife and I love sushi and have, we've gone to Hawaii and had, fresh tuna and, all this kind of stuff. And we love sushi. My daughter's like 8 or 9, and we go out to a sushi restaurant one night in Scottsdale. And she looks at the plate in front of us. It's got all different kinds of rolls. And my daughter's very, very Hispanic, very sassy Latina. Very sassy Latina.
Yeah.
Always has been, and I love her for it. Looks up at me and my wife, looks us dead in the eye and says, "I will never eat this. I will never like this. If you don't find something else, I'm not going to eat."
I'm going to report you to...
Yeah, right. Like we were trying to poison her or something.
Yeah.
I mean, she took one look.
I love
and
that.
It's never. I mean, we tried to say, well, it tastes like this, or there's different ways you can have it, or nope.
No, girl.
She will not.
I'm with her.
She will eat certain, like she may eat like tilapia, but it's got to be cooked, not raw. I mean, you wouldn't eat raw tilapia anyway. But my point is, as soon as she found out what it was and then looked at it, she looked up, "I will never eat this. You have to get me something else." Okay. All right, fine.
I love that. That was more...
Well, I do, but at the time we're like, we can't get you a burger. I mean, come on. This is a sushi restaurant.
That was more than a one-time rejection. That was a statement that lasts for all eternity. I will never eat this.
Yeah. That was like this one girl in college that I tried to go out with. And she finally said, she gave me the, "I will never date you. I will never go out with you. Stop bugging me." It was that emphatic, All right, fine.
Well,
all right, I get the message.
Matt, count yourself lucky with the kids, because Wall Street Journal reports parents are going broke from their kids' sushi obsession.
I saw that.
Never mind the old days of pizza parties and Chuck E. Cheese. Kids now are sitting down to sushi and raw fish and shrimp, and their mom and dad are going broke paying for it.
It's interesting because I have talked to other parents about this.
Yeah.
Other parents want their kids to eat healthier, and the pizza and the fast food is going by the wayside. And the fast food restaurants know this. Domino's, Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, whatever. They know this. Same with McDonald's, Burger King, all that kind of stuff. But sushi is so... It is like the opposite of fast food. It is, the freshest, but the most expensive. That it's like we've done this total tidal shift from the greasy burgers, the, fatty pizzas and other things, to this really clean, really delicious food, but it's expensive.
Yeah.
Really expensive. So, God bless the parents that are trying to get their kids to eat healthy, and God bless the kids, because I don't think I would have liked sushi as like an 8-year-old. Your palate really isn't developed to the point where it's like, oh, is that nigiri? Oh, I'll take some of that. Or is that a California roll? I'll take some of that. Good for them, because tuna and salmon, two of the best fish you can eat, in your own home, which is great. But why you're paying somebody else to, put your kid together a California roll for their birthday parties?
Yeah.
We're not doing that.
No, and if you have a kid like Mac Watson's daughter who says, this needs to be introduced to an oven or a stovetop, or I don't like it.
I need a little bit of hot sauce on this, or a little bit of salsa with it.
Yeah.
Okay, honey. All right. Okay.
I love it. Hey, what's in the news you've noticed over the weekend?
Well, this whole... Hold on. Let me actually get the article, because I don't want to butcher this.
Yeah.
We talked about the Epstein files, right? And how I'm just over it.
Yeah.
Now it's coming out that the Epstein empire was bankrolled by the KGB.
Whoa.
Now it's coming out that that Epstein had ties to Russia. And again, here we go down this rabbit hole. Does this explain why Trump has always had a blind side to whatever Vladimir Putin has done? And Vladimir Putin came from KGB. He was a former KGB agent for years, right?
Yeah.
And then he became president. So again, is this another kind of piece of the puzzle as to why the president has always had this kind of like blind spot? I don't know. I don't know. But I thought that, again, the salacious stuff with all the people being named and all the, the people not being redacted and the victims are crying out, I feel bad for them. But this is an interesting piece of the puzzle that suddenly we're getting some kind of inkling that Epstein, his whole empire, was kind of sort of funded by Russia. And Russian girls were flown over and Russian girls, blah, 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 blah. What?
That starts to make sense because I just booked us a national expert on this. I've been reluctant to go the Epstein route, but I did book this guy, Lieutenant Colonel, retired Pete Shin, and he's going to talk about the Epstein files, but in his background, I noticed Russia's all over the place. I'm like, what has that got to do with the Epstein file?
Right.
Well, apparently
now we
a lot.
kind of know.
Yeah.
Now we kind of know. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait to talk to this guy. I think he's going to be on tomorrow. Okay.
That's why you should listen 4 days, every hour, every morning, 4 days, or 4 hours every day, right?
4 hours every day. Don't I know it?
There you go.
Yeah, buddy. Have a good Monday.
All right, you too.
Let me know if you see your shadow. We'll count you among the rodents that are forecasting today.
Yeah.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Mac Watson joining us, and we're out of time on this Monday. We'll see you again tomorrow, Tuesday, first thing, same time, same place. Have a great day, y'all.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way, Wyoming way.